in that case, let's begin. Let's have a little intro for everyone. So we have Max Roll podcast today. That's going to be called Best in Slot. And for that we have DiEoxidE, MacroBioBoi, and McFluffin. All of these, including me, are also Max Roll writers. But I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Let's start with DiEoxidE. Just tell us, what you do, and also maybe where people can find you and your content.
Okay, so I am DiEoxidE. I am actually one of the Max Roll class specialists alongside with wudijo. So I am responsible for the rogue class alongside with him. I write guides for Max Roll, rogue resource guides such as the world bosses, elite fixes, and things like that too. You can pretty much find me on Twitch mostly. I try to do YouTube videos, but I do have a full-time job outside of this, so it gets a little tough. But eventually inching into the full-time content creator thing. So, but yeah.
Nice. Let's go with Macro.
Hi, everybody. I'm MacroBioBoi. It's spelt like that. Yes, I know it's confusing, and I apologize. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll. I'm also the D2R content lead. If you checked any of our stuff for Diablo 2 Resurrected, I wrote at least a quarter of that. I'm MacroBioBoi on everything. I'm on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. I got a Facebook group if you're like 48 years old and still need to talk to your mom on Facebook. But yeah, that's about it. I'm like pretty okay at this game. I just spend a lot of time in spreadsheets.
Wait a minute. You have TikTok? What
yeah,
do you do on that?
On
He's cooler than we are, man. He has friends.
when they sent us like that Lilith summon Lilith altar box, I did like a whole I tried to summon her and it didn't work type thing. It was funny as hell. You should check it out. MacroBioBoi on TikTok.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for the plug.
Nice. Okay. And Fluffin.
So I write for the Druid stuff on Diablo and also some other articles, but mostly Druid. I mostly do Druid, and then I also write Last Epoch for Max Roll. I have Twitch, Lone Star McFluffin. Don't forget the Lone Star part. I know it's confusing. And then if YouTube, it's McFluffin Gaming, so also confusing. But those are the only two places that I normally put content outside of Max Roll, right? Put a lot.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and me, I guess most of you know me. I'm wudijo. Everywhere on YouTube, Twitch. I am the director for everything Diablo on Max Roll, and I also write a lot of the rogue guides, as I described, a lot of other stuff that I'm doing, and just trying to make sure that everything goes the right way, basically, on that end. And obviously, we're hosting this podcast, so this is what we want to talk about here today, the new season patch that we have received yesterday. I guess most of you have seen the patch notes. If not, it's like a really long document, mostly consisting of nerfs. And it's going to be a really fun episode today, I guess. So, I want to just ask, what is the general impressions of everyone with the patch notes? Like, what are like the initial reactions before we go into like all nitty-gritty details? So, if anyone wants to start.
I'll hop in.
Yeah.
I think the patch is ultimately pretty good. I think it could have been communicated better. I think there are a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with. But in general, for the health of the game, I'd rather them tear off this Band-Aid now than us get like 3 or 4 seasons down the row and them having to pull everything back into line. So, it seemed like it needed to happen. I'm always kind of a sooner rather than later kind of guy.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I actually agree with Macro quite a bit. I think the direction that they're trying to go in, I see the vision. I see the vision. I think the execution could have been quite a bit better, considering that like this is only part of the vision, right? So like there, a lot of things that were changed were like part of the journey, and so like we don't really get to see the somewhat end result of what they're trying to do. So like they kind of threw some changes at us, and like, okay, well, hopefully this will hold over until we can finish the job, kind of thing. And so I think that's unfortunate for the community, because of course the community is going to just see it as is. It's like, oh, this is the big vision. This is awful, but there's definitely more to come to it. But I do think some stuff like vulnerable damage, that needed to get nerfed, crit damage that need to get nerfed. But they're going to do other things with other stats to make them more interesting down the line. They just haven't got there yet. So it's like we got the Band-Aid, right? But that's kind of it. And I can understand why that feels awful for the community, but I think overall, execution, like I said, could have been better, but I get what they're trying to do. Let's just hope that they can see it through in the future.
Yeah, I basically agree with DiEoxidE that there's some things that needed to change. I think perception-wise, which is pretty important for this game being early, they've definitely missed the mark. There's a lot of things they could have done to improve perception, like spend time working on skills that were underperforming that I feel like they missed on. Skills that were extremely bugged getting through, while other skills that were not performing especially well getting nerfed doesn't look great. I don't think it's as bad as the perception is, but I do think that they made a major mistake by allowing the first season to come out with this kind of negative perception.
Yeah, I totally agree with McFluffin there, actually, with they kind of did maybe like a reasonable move in some regards, but at really the wrong time. I also think that there are good parts in this patch, even though it's nerfs. I know not everyone wants nerfs, like people don't like to get nerfed. But the reality is, some of them are needed, some of them are actually good for like the build diversity, I think. Like, for example, the vulnerable stuff, for example, some of the build nerfs. But on the other hand, it's like kind of like too little in terms of buffs, too little in terms of like adding more build diversity with buffing really terrible stuff. And my overall impression was, this was like the first time where they kind of like really missed the mark with some of these changes, especially when it comes to class balance. I feel like this is the first time the class balance has actually become worse instead of better, because now we have like some really clear winners, I think, with like Druid and Rogue being like kind of like the best classes overall by quite a margin, I think, in terms of like overall build diversity, overall like power. And then we have, kind of like middle of the pack, I guess, like Barb, Necro, that's like my expectation, and then we have Sork, then there's like a big gap, and then there's Sork. So this is kind of like how I think it's gonna go like, and I think this is mostly like why a lot of people are gonna be upset, along with some other nerfs, right? You have to like farm more for Helltide and these kind of things, and of course people don't like to see that like that at that point in the game, I guess, so everything is just slower than before. So this is probably gonna be a major concern. So yeah. Well, let's see. Maybe you can like jump into the first specialized topic here, which will be the defensive nerfs. So how was like the impressions about that, and what do you think will come out of it as well? Like you have like different like main class players here. Basically, we have Necros, Rogues, Druids. I've also played a bit of Barb myself, so yeah, basically everything but Sork. I know Sork is just like on the worst end of that, basically, with defenses, and it's not getting better. So that's an oof. But yeah, maybe if you guys have anything to share now after testing the patch a little bit as well.
The defensive changes to me are the thing that I still don't necessarily understand why they were necessary. I don't know. So coming from the Necromancer experience, I gave up on survivability on Bone Spear around like tier 70 dungeons because it did not matter how much max life I had or how much DR I had. I was just dying. So I just went full glass cannon. Like there's just nothing that you can do about it. On top of like, again, not for other classes, but the Necromancer just cannot stack Fortify unless you are very specifically a Blood Necromancer. So it just seems like they don't want the Necromancer to survive. So nerfing the defensives incentivizes me even less to do that. And while I understand that there are builds that are definitely like too strong with defensives, Barbarian I think is really the only one, maybe Druid. If they go, you're not supposed to survive, I go, okay, I'm not supposed to survive. I'm going to put additive damage bonuses on my chest and just ignore this stat altogether. So that's the one I don't agree with the most out of like the systemic changes.
The interesting part to me is that the thing that's kind of come out as the big defensive, oh my god, that's not supposed to be the case, is probably the low life Earth and Bulwark stuff, to where you go below 35% of your life, and you do that in the open world just by getting hit until you get below it. And then you go into a Nightmare Dungeon, you can tank tier 100s. Well, that's because of damage reduction while injured, because it's a binary. It only accounts when you're below that threshold, that didn't get touched. So that still seems to work. So if they were looking at that and saying, oh no, they can tank tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons, look at this build, they've completely missed what causes that build to do it, and then seem to have nerfed universally everything else in the process. So I'm kind of confused by it, honestly.
Yeah, I just think it's just their way of trying to make content feel a little more difficult, you know, like just in general, like for us to get through. Because I mean, a lot of builds were pretty much tearing through content, like in-game content, besides like, you know, high tier Nightmare Dungeons or whatnot. So I think this was just a way for them to kind of slow down our progress, to be able to, you know, not rush through everything so quickly. And so I see what they were getting at. I don't agree with that this is the route that they took to do it. Obviously, it would have been better just to, well, make the content harder, right? in that sense, if they didn't want us to get through it so quickly, I wish they would have went a different route with it. But that's kind of what it seems like to me, that's the route they took. But I agree with what McFluffin said, of course, as well as Macro. I just don't think an across the board sweeping changes to DR was the right move, because for every class is different, right? Like for Sork, you know, so like it's for every class is different. So like that's not. I don't think that was a good move in terms of being fair to all the classes, as a way to just make content a little harder and more difficult to get through. Which it seemed like that's what they were going for. But again, like I said before, I get the idea of poor execution at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just sorry to interrupt the discussion right now, but Macro, can you check your microphone, or can you supposed to talk maybe, because we have like some noise apparently.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. I have muted myself since then. I was checking
okay,
chat.
so all right, yeah, but to get back on topic, yeah, I kind of agree that the nerfs to like overall defenses, that will definitely be like a major like turn off, I guess, for a lot of people. I think like for me personally, like I think it's like more fun because the game gets harder, and I feel like, you know, it's relatively easier for someone like me, which kind of makes sense, I guess, since I'm just like blasting all day every day. But I think for like the majority, it's gonna be noticeably more difficult to like kind of like push through higher levels, especially like in Nightmare Dungeons. On the other hand, though, you have to see that Blizzard has just like strongly disincentivized us from actually trying any kind of difficult content, aside from, you know, just like personal inspiration, right? Like doing Uberlive is basically completely optional, and doing high Nightmare Dungeons is completely optional. And even while leveling, you don't even have to like level in like, you know, like against high level monsters anymore, so to say, right? You only want to fight monsters of your own level now because they nerfed the XP bonuses. So I guess that will already kind of like offset a lot of these like changes to defenses for the most part. But yeah, it's also kind of interesting with the damage while injured thing. I think the thing that McFluffin mentioned, it's probably only really a Druid thing, right? Because Druids have this Bulwark build, and then he has stacked like quad damage reduction while injured, and it's like 50% each per roll or something like that. And you just become like an Omega tank and just like don't die anymore, right? But does any other class actually use that? I don't think that's like really a stat I would ever want to have on like a build personally. As like a non-druid, at least.
The well injured?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's because if you're at 36% health and you get hit, any damage you take does not get damage reduction. So pretty much every other class and build doesn't want that. They'd rather have like dodge or something that can actually, you know, be useful when they're above 35. It's really this one case where it's any good, and in that case, it's exceptionally good. And it also seems to be a scenario that wasn't intended. I don't think that Blizzard intended for us to go out into the world and be like, oh yeah, just get whacked around by easy enemies until you get below 35, and then go into Nightmare Dungeon and don't use your potion. Definitely don't have any healing on you, and that'll, you know, be a meta build. That doesn't seem right. So it's kind of strange that one got through unscathed, and then everyone else got hit.
I think it's more like of a thing that they just didn't fix the build in general, right? This build just needs fixing, right? It's like more of an issue like that. But on the other hand, I kind of like the idea that like these low life playstyles exist with this damage reduction while injured and playing around barriers. You know, it's exactly the kind of thing that I was doing in Diablo 3, for example, with Shimizu builds. I'm not sure if you know that. But this is like kind of like my jam, actually. Too bad I'm not I'm not actually playing a druid. I also would try this a lot more. But yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea of low life builds. It's just clear they didn't make any support for it. There's no like uniques or legendaries that promote low life. It just happens to be the case that they don't build in H or life regen into the game, and so you can do this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, right? It's like a build option. It's like, something interesting, in my opinion, where you can actually make a character survive because of those mechanics. I think this is a good thing, not a bad thing. So we need a lot more like these, like, really strange, like, building options, I believe, right? Like, I think like they're kind of like trying to do that a bit with, like, some of the nerfs are done, for example, for vulnerable and like buffs to damage over time and these kind of things. I think if you had like a lot more like this diversity in like how you can actually scale your character, both offensively and defensively, it would actually lead to a lot more interesting build options as well, where not everything is just like, okay, you go crit, and then you stack damage reduction everywhere and get vulnerable if you can, right? So it's kind of like, it should be more than that, in my opinion, and not just, yeah, the typical main stats everywhere.
First off, can I do a quick mic check to see if I still have this buzz?
Yeah, seems good, I think.
Sounds
all
good
right.
to me.
Well, chat can start crying when I mix it up. One of the things that I come back to all of the time with how damage reduction works, and this is a question that I got all of the time, it was, if I have, let's say I have damage reduction in general, damage reduction from shadow damage over time targets, which is the worst named stat in a video game ever. It's back. God damn it.
Nah, it's all good. Please keep talking.
All right. Well, I'm over it. I'm sorry. I'll just keep muting in between. And then damage reduction while injured. What I don't understand is it seems like they want to have scaling damage, like they want it to work in real time. And you just can't benefit from it. It is, you are either alive or you are dead. That's just kind of how it works in the game, or at least at higher nightmare dungeons. So you're not actually incentivized to have a diverse field of damage reduction types. Every damage reduction just says like yes or no, you have it. And that's my major issue with it. In Diablo 2, we had damage reduced by. So you actually had percentage damage, and then you had flat amounts of smaller damage reduction. And you could prioritize one or the other. I would like a world where I could like build for, okay, if I'm in this state, I'm legitimately going to have this much effective life. If I'm in this state, I'm going to have this much effective life, but I can mitigate it at steps rather than all or nothing. Like damage reduction while injured is just if you can be minus 35, you are now a god. And that's clearly not how it's supposed to work, right? Like that's such a ridiculous way for any damage reduction system to function in a game. And it just seems like, as far as things that are supposed to mitigate damage, they're just not nuanced enough for the ridiculous amounts of damage that are in the game at higher content.
Well, I don't really understand this point though. I feel like okay, but what is your exact issue with, like, let's leave out the injured thing, but what is your issue with the other types of damage reduction exactly? Like, you said you can build your character to be that tanky in certain circumstances, and that's exactly what these damage reductions do, no? Like
they do on paper. They do on paper for me, but any damage, in my mind, any damage reduction which you cannot say, yes, this will work when I take damage, is not a valuable type of damage reduction. So since you can't say, I will always be distant, I will always be close, I will always be targeting a monster who is affected by shadow damage, I don't think that you're legitimately incentivized to stack different types of damage reduction, but there are so many different types of damage reduction, it seems like thematically you're supposed to be able to touch on all of them. When in reality, you just kind of like pick one, stack it to the maximum, and hope that you're always in that scenario, which does not seem to work for me.
Okay, I see.
I definitely build Druid differently than that, where we stack multiple types of, and maybe this is a difference in class. I have not played anything other than Druid, so I don't know how these other ones play, but for example, on chest and leg, we'll put 4 DRs on there. Usually I put on, and I think Tio might do it a little bit differently than I do, but I'll put on both close and I'll put on distant, because getting one shot by a ghost sucks. So we have distant on there, even though I'm playing a melee. And then we'll use poison and fortified, because I've almost always got that up. And you get pretty tanky with that. Now, you're pushing Nightmare 100 dungeons on something that's not meant to be super tanky. It probably doesn't matter. But in like the mid-tier dungeons, you can become practically invincible.
Well, let me clarify, because I understand how that sounds confusing. I also just put every damage reduction stat that I can onto every single piece of gear that I can. My issue is that it's just like, to me, it does not give a consistent amount of like legitimate survivability in anything where I'm actually concerned with staying alive. That's my major issue.
And actually listening to both Macro and McFluffin actually talk about it, that's more of like class issue stuff, right? I mean, like for Druid, obviously, you have more means of being able to stay alive, whereas a Necro is like, the mob looks at you the wrong way and you're dead. Like there's a discrepancy between like just what it is for both classes, right? So a sweeping rebalance of damage reduction doesn't, it doesn't affect all classes equally, and that's part of the problem, right? So like that's why I kind of disagree with, let's just take everything and take it down a peg, because that doesn't solve every class's issue. Now, of course, it's a lot easier for Blizzard to do that, and sure, they had a lot on the plate. They're doing things in season 2, and there probably many more changes that makes more sense from what they did. But the fact of the matter is, again, we got half of the picture, and that sucks. Like overall, like for everyone in the game, it sucks. As a rogue, though, at least I play a lot of bow rogue, so I just do damage to close for the most part. And I don't even take distant damage, because for the most part I just use my shadows to kind of get take little peg shots from distance, and I'm usually fine. But again, that's a specific class, right? That's not everyone's scenario. So I think that's just really where they missed the mark. But I actually agree with both of y'all. Y'all both are correct. It's just different classes. You see what I'm saying? It's not. I don't think it was a great move on Blizzard's part. But
yeah, I gotta say, from my perspective, like these damage reduction values that we had and actually still have post nerf on our items are ridiculously powerful when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. Like we have legendary aspects, something like aspect of might, like most builds use that, you just get like 20% damage reduction, it's nice. And then you have like, something like on the rogue, that's for example the cheats aspect that gives you like up to 25% against crowd controlled enemies and these kind of things. So the typical like defensive legendary power is somewhere on the range of like 15 to 20% damage reduction or so. And then you have, damage reduction from close 25%, damage reduction from distant 25%, like total armor 10% or something. Like each of those individual stats is almost worth the same as a legendary power, right? And this is honestly, like if you compare this to, for example, offensive stats you can roll in a gear, there, the best ones are something like, okay, the core skill ranks maybe, and then something like, 10% crit or 12% crit or so. Like it's not even anywhere close to a legendary power in terms of like what you can get as offense, I think, in most cases. So it's kind of strange that these defensive stats are so powerful, and now they have been tuned down a little bit. And I think that actually brings them a bit more in line with, like the different options that you have available, like where I can choose, okay, do we go for 3 defensive powers? Do you go for 4 defensive powers? Do you only run 2 defensive powers? And then you can kind of like even it out a little bit more in the build options, I think. Yeah, and right now, it's like there's basically no alternative to having damage reduction on your items, right? They're just so powerful, you need to have damage reduction everywhere. So it's not like, I'm just gonna casually drop those 3 times 20% damage reduction rolls to get like 5% more DPS because I can roll like physical damage on my chest or something. So I feel like this is not really an option. So
well, that's the thing though. Like it's powerful because you need them. Like you absolutely have to. Like like even like all of our macro guys, right? I mean, we suggest putting all defensive stats on both pants and chest. Like there are some okay offensive stats that you can go for on chest. Okay, like just but we don't recommend them because it's like that's not a good idea now. Or it wasn't a good idea then. It's definitely not a good idea now, right? So we don't really have so we're kind of like pigeonholed into that though. But at the same time, to be honest, most of us really weren't incentivizing much defense on our Paragon boards because we were just trying to get them on our gear, et cetera, or maybe even more defensive glyphs or so. So I'm wondering if this is their way of, hey, please take some more defense on the Paragon boards. Please pick up some more armor nodes. Please do, But I don't know. I don't know if this was especially with the amount of spike damage in the game, like things that just can shamans, for example, right? Like there's just some like insane spike damage in the game that you just I don't know if this was the right route to go.
Yeah,
this early.
Like I think also maybe it might have been a good idea to actually like nerf those defenses even further, but also nerf monster damage in some way to kind of just like smooth out the whole like the class balance first of all, because we talked about, you know, like different classes have different access to defenses, and it was just kind of like make classes feel a bit more similar in terms of the difficulty curve as well, right? Like you go from like when I played rogues in hardcore, like and then I played a barb, you know, I've played 4 rogues to almost 100 on hardcore, and then I played a barb, and I felt absolutely invincible on that barb, you know. I just played it pretty much similarly as I played those rogues, and I just could not die. There was like no way I would ever lose like more than 10% of my life, kind of. Whereas I actually ripped 2 of my rogues because I just got blasted in some scenarios. And that is a rogue, you know, that's not even a Sorc that has even less survivability, right? And it kind of makes sense that there's a bit of a difference between how classes work in terms of survivability, and that a Sorc is generally more squishy than a Barb, for example, because, you know, melee and, you know, Barb, you know, big dude, and Sorc kind of like, you know, meek, I guess. So that does make sense, right? But because everyone has to stack these defenses, and yeah, I just feel like if you don't have those defenses, it's just like you can't really play. Like you just get blasted, right? And you're kind of forced to have them. But if defenses, for example, were something like, okay, you get 5% damage reduction to close, or let's say 10% at max with like the perfect roll instead of 25%, so there would be kind of like an option to, you know, do you really want to stake more damage reduction, or is it fine and you just go for more offense, right? But right now it's not really any kind of like choice. I feel like you always go to damage reduction, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I think that's the disconnect right now with Blizzard and the community, where we're like, well, yeah, they nerfed defenses, but you're still taking them. It's kind of like, we'll talk about this, I'm sure, later with cooldown reduction, where they nerfed that too, and it's like they did it because they don't want it to be as mandatory. But it's like, no, it's actually more mandatory now. Like you have to get all of it now, because otherwise everything feels even more terrible. So I think they don't want these things to be as mandatory as they are, and this is their way of fixing it, but they're just going about it so much the wrong way by just making each individual source worse. Now I really have to stack more sources to get even close to what I had before.
You have to stack all the 2 sources of cooldown in the game.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, now we're definitely using a one-hander on Druid. We're not going to two-hander even more so now, because I need that cooldown on that totem. Right? It's not making that less mandatory. So what they need to be looking at is, okay, why are these things so mandatory? Are enemies hitting too hard compared to, like, you know, damage sources that we can do and damage sources they do? Should they be nerfed a little bit? You know, is cooldown too important because cooldowns on skills are too high? That's the areas where they should be looking at if they think these things are too mandatory. Not, well, let's just try to nerf them to the ground so nobody wants them anymore.
So that particular conversation is very difficult for the Necromancer to have like a good faith argument in.
Yeah, Macro is just sitting there like, man, there's all these guys talking about actually surviving. Like, what?
Well, yeah, so there were a couple different things. I think one thing that would actually help, like, us as players a lot would be a death log, like seeing incoming damage. Just like how they said, hey, we fixed the fact that like Cold Enchanted was applying freeze way too aggressively, and that definitely wasn't intended. I promise you that we are getting one shot by stuff that should not be one shotting us, because if so many things on the player side and the character side is as bugged as it is, there is no world where damage from monsters and different effects also isn't bugged. There's just no real way for us to like test it in real time in an effective way.
Are you suggesting that skeleton turrets might be bugged and doing too much damage?
I have one of the best quotes from a chat member ever, and it was, "Why is anybody concerned about Lilith taking over the world when a single corpse bow could handle it themselves?" And I mean, they have a good point. Me personally, I think there's like too many off-screen one-shot mechanics in this game, and the damage is insane. Now, if you're a Blizzard dev and you think the damage is working the way that it should, and you go, these people are surviving too much, I can understand the move to go, we need to make it harder for them to survive. I think that there's a disconnect there, though. That's what it feels like to me. Again, I gave up on survivability. You were like, you gotta stack damage reduction. I'm like, why, dog? That's 10 additive damage I could have on my build for the off chance that I one-shot the monster instead of getting one-shot myself. You know, when somebody when there's a teleport like Shock Lance Cold Enchanted Elite that just jumps on me from off screen, damage reduction ain't gonna save me, boy. But it's like, I don't know. I do think that there's a disconnect, and it just really seems to me that like it's not a nuanced enough system for how much we have to rely on it. And I'll keep spinning in circles there. Also, cooldown reduction, you should just use Abhorrent Decrepify. It's like pretty good. You just have everything off cooldown all the time. I recommend Necromancer.
Druid build sometime, yeah.
Man, the chat is talking about the corpse now. Man, I'm really hyped. I would really like to see a T100 corpse bow versus Lilith. That would be an interesting, like an epic battle, I think.
That would be nonsense. So to that exact point, okay, I do want to wrangle it back to a place where it's like, is there an upside to these nerfs? In the Echoes of Lilith fight, have you ever dodged her double wing attack, or have you ever moved out of the way of the crisscrossing fire attack?
No.
Ever. You've never worried about it, right?
Yep.
If you see people sitting there face tanking the hardest boss in the game, huge air quotes there, and you go, how are they surviving this? This is supposed to be a threat. I think that's like a really good test for there's probably a disconnect between expectation and what's happening like in-game experience.
To piggyback off of that though, I mean, if she didn't spend like 70% of the time in the air throwing waves at you, I'd be okay with one to dodge the other stuff, too as well. So I mean, they're on the other end, there has to be a balance of, well, I don't mind having to dodge the other stuff if she didn't spend like most of the fight, waving you from all different angles from across the world.
Yeah, kind of agree with DiEoxidE.
You know what I'm saying? So I totally get what you're saying, and what you're saying is not wrong. Because I wouldn't mind wanting to dodge more of those things if the other part of that didn't exist either, too, right? So, but go ahead. I didn't mean to stop you there.
Oh, I ran out of gas entirely. Like, thank you for picking up the slack. No, but it's just like I go back and forth on this concept all the time, which is like, how come a random skeleton in a tier 80 one-shots me just by touching me? But I'm literally standing here laughing while Echo of Lilith does animations. Like there just is not parity of difficulty across the game. And I can understand if they're getting data and not looking at like what led to that data existing and going, we need to do something about this. Now, I don't agree with every single change that they made, but I can see this being like a logical step in bringing down overall player power. It's just Sorks and Necros couldn't survive in the first place, and now we definitely can't survive. So I don't think that you should try. You should try to kill everything before it can hit you.
Yeah, I guess it's also maybe that 9-pin Dungeons has like this different, like the scaling system, right? You can choose the tier, you can choose the difficulty, and the main way that they add more difficulty is with numbers, right? Which by itself already, produces new builds, produces new strategies to actually try to tackle those challenges, right? You play completely differently in like a tier 100 or in like in a tier 80 or something than you do in like a tier 50, right? You have a completely different setup, completely different strategy to actually fight individual monsters, individual elites. And at least for me, when I did my tier 100 pushes, that was really fun because of how different it was. Even though people just say it's just numbers, right? But on the other hand, yeah, that it adds kind of this difficulty of figuring out how to actually get through the dungeon. And it's not exactly the same for Lilith, right? Where you have like one fixed difficulty setting. This is Uber Lilith. This is how hard she is, and it's kind of fine that she has like some weak attacks. I guess it's more like a minimalistic like kind of stat check, right? You can't just go 100% glass cannon. I think it's like kind of like what's going on there with the auto attacks and the fire, where okay, you need to bring at least something. So that you don't go like 100% all in on offense and just like insta kill her, which no one would ever do, I guess, in the current state of things. So yeah, this probably like the different kind of design like philosophy there for these two different types of content, in my opinion. Okay, anyway, is there any more points about defensives? Else we can move on to the next topic.
Did other class? I didn't like go through extensively, but like I know Rogue's obviously got some healing nerfs, right? Some sustained healing nerfs too as well. Which goes along with the whole defensive nerfs too as well. And for Rogues, especially those that like Twisting Blades, especially because I mean the only source of reliable heal outside of an aspect was Siphoning Strikes, right? So that was a pretty hard hit too as well.
They did the same.
That is true, yeah.
Druid
Yeah, Druid as well. Druid has the Spirit Boon, and Rogues have Siphoning Strike. It's like the same thing, right, for both classes. But for Druids, it's only for shapeshifting skills, right?
Correct. I mean,
yes.
Shapeshifting skills are the only thing Druid has right now. There's no such thing as human
form.
Yeah,
true. I mean, you convert everything to be this or that, right? So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, true. So I guess like the healing stuff is definitely interesting, and we didn't talk about this yet. Yeah, it seems like Blizzard wants us to like kind of use potions more actively and just like look for other sources of healing, it seems. Personally, I was kind of like a fan of just like kind of like solving that issue with like, for example, Siphoning Strikes. And then it's just kind of like not really worrying about potions, for example. I just never pressed potions really, like at least in like typical farming content. And now I feel like I probably kind of have to, unless I want to like add in like some major source of healing, like Life on Kill, Life Regen, or like an aspect or something. So yeah, it's kind of like it's giving more value to some of the really bad options that we have on gear, right? I guess this is like kind of the upside there, that there's like the filler stats that you previously had, like healing received %, right? They can actually roll on Helm and Amulet, I believe. It's actually kind of a value stat now. And same with the Paragons that give like potion healing, right? Who in their right mind would pick like potion healing before this patch, at least as a rogue? Like no one would do that because he had Siphoning Strikes. But now it's made actually be some kind of option, I feel. So while it is a nerf, it does kind of give a reason for some of these like other stats to even exist. So that is kind of, you know, it's not like you feel bad because you have healing received or you have potion drop rate. It's like kind of like useful. So there's the upside there, I feel.
I gotta hard disagree with that. I'm sorry. If you wanna agree with that and build off of it, feel free to do so. I can't see that stat ever being relevant in this game. You're just like you're dead.
I wasn't gonna agree with we're talking about the healing stat. I really think Necro is a very different like experience than Druid. The masochistic one in particular was really OP. Like you as long as you didn't get one shot, you were at full health pretty much immediately with anything that could attack more than a few times at once, like anything with AoE. In testing, the masochistic nerf was somewhat noticeable, but generally still tops you off pretty quickly. I'm guessing Rogue is probably fairly similar, so I actually think that particular nerf was justified because it was so insanely strong before. It was mandatory before. It's still mandatory now. It's just maybe not quite as strong as it was.
But like, so in this perspective, like, I see what Woody's saying, but realistically speaking, who actually wants to use that as a stat on their gear? We're already like, trying to fit in good stats that we want, but we got to take everything defensively, right? Just to survive. So like on a fun scale, like just outside of data, like just fun, like who really wants to go, man, I really got to fit in the life regen while not getting hit after 3 seconds, like on like that's not fun. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not a fun stat. So even if it's effective or if it's not effective, that's not what you want to sit there and like, man, I have defense on 90% of my gear, but I gotta fit in this potion heal stat to survive too. That's not. I mean, for like a typical gamer, that's not what we don't want that.
But honestly, like, isn't it like more of like a more interesting puzzle of like, making a character, making a working setup, and then, certain builds have more defenses, or they may have some mechanic that actually heals you from your skill or something, and some builds don't. And it's kind of like, you have like more things that you have to like, piece together as like a whole build now. And like I thought that you are actually like a life on kill enjoyer, like so I remember
I've always had that, yeah, for sure. Like,
yeah,
so I've
exactly.
always had
Like
that.
and
Right,
like for example,
yeah,
personally,
but
I never used life on kill. Like before this patch, I would never have
it
considered
was
that
always good.
because
I was
siphoning
about it, it was
strikes
always
exist,
good.
right? And siphoning strikes just solves everything, and it was OP as McFluffin said.
It's
And
true,
now
true.
it's not OP anymore. So it's kind of like, okay, do you want to go live region? Do you want to go more of the potions? Do you want to go live on kill? And I feel like in the overall, like in a holistic sense of like building your character, it is definitely making it a bit more interesting to like figure out how you actually like stay alive in the one case where you don't get one shot, at least.
Sorry, we can go to office now. Sorry, go ahead, Macro.
What I was going to say there was I needed to remember the fact that there are 3 classes. Wait, hold on. Can the sorceress heal from skills? Does she have heal capabilities?
Yeah, they have some healing from Flame Shield and from a passive where I think nearby burning enemies heal you.
But she doesn't have like a it happens on attacks or lucky hit ability, right?
Not that I know about now.
I need to remember the fact that the druid, the rogue, and the barbarian have a stat or have a skill that if you put ranks in it, you have the ability to heal during combat. The necromancer only has that for blood builds. Only blood builds can do that and actually use it in any way, shape, or form. So in the context of creating a build around the idea of attrition, like literally outlasting monsters by mitigating incoming damage with life gain, that is a cool puzzle, Woody. And I wanted to at least like come back and say, like, yes, I do personally like having to theorycraft around those concepts. The issue being the lack of parity or the availability of that across other builds, or at the very least the necromancer class in particular. But maybe that's one of my other issues with itemization in the game. It's that the stats are all available, but they don't all have ways of even truly being used in any way. Like the stat that says that you regen when out of combat would be a very cool stat if it could overheal you, like if you had temerity on or if you had a skill that could overheal you, so that it could be used for like this overpower thing that says when you overheal, benefit from it. It's just not coded that way. So like that stat is kind of dead across the board, and I've tried playing with it, but it just doesn't seem to have a real use case in any way, shape, or form. It really seems like there are a lot of stats that kind of fall into this like overarching bucket of like, if it could work for more stuff, it would be cool enough to warrant theory crafting with. But as it stands right now, like if I ever see healing received on a piece of gear, that piece of gear is charseed. Well, charseed doesn't exist in this game, but yeah, it's sold. Like I'm not going to recover that piece of gear. But
yeah, I think that like there's like a very distinct difference between like early game and late game, right? Like if we're talking about like a level 20 character or something like that, at least from my perspective, I feel like you have a lot more of this like attrition, right? Like you don't really have any sources of healing. The combat is like relatively slow. You don't really have like a lot of like crowd controls and all that kind of stuff early on, right? When you start out with a fresh character, and you actually do take a lot of damage and you heal up a lot with potions. And for example, like I remember those stronghold fights in Malnock in the beta. Like I went there with like 20 different characters, and I always had this boss fight, and I always like I could kind of tank a hit. I would have to take two potions, but eventually I would like slowly run out of potions if I don't kill the guy fast enough, right? And because the game kind of like speeds up in the late game because he gets faster, stronger, etc. This kind of like this whole attrition kind of like falls apart, right? He's just like go in and blast down the boss basically for the most part. Is like at least my perspective how builds just kind of like get stronger over time, and are like really weak early on, and this whole like attrition and like, oh, do I really want to use a potion now? Like I can tank another hit maybe, and like maybe have more value from the next potion instead because I only have 2 left. I really want to save them, and then maybe dodge more attacks instead of tanking them. Like this exists in the early game and makes combat there kind of interesting, I feel. And then later on, you just don't really care anymore. And it's like much more about, okay, do I get one shot or do I not get one shot? Right? So this is kind of like how I feel things are going. And if they kind of bring back more of the early game back and forth attrition kind of combat in the late game as well, I think that would make things a lot more interesting than what it is right now. With like stacking defenses where you can and not really caring about the healing side of things.
I agree with that like 100%. I think most people, when they first walked into Diablo 4, were praising it for the fact that the combat was slower, more methodical, and more strategic, right? Like, that was my first impression. Getting up to 25 with my Barbarian, I felt like I actually had to, like, move and aim skills and make sure to, you know, death blow here to also hit the elite monster, and then I'll be able to regen enough health. And, you know, you talked about Malignant, which is a great example of just like, oh my god, I need to survive this fight. This goat man needs to leave me alone. And I didn't realize up until this second right here when you just said that, I absolutely missed that in the end game. And I would love to see I would love to see the danger of games minimizing your windows for screwing up, or like minimizing your ability to make mistakes, but still having that back and forth fight, as opposed to 100% uptime on CC and then I nuke them. Like, I don't know how they could accomplish that. I don't know any ARPG that's really accomplished that, except with boss fights that have phases. But I would love to see, like, that would be my dream game if we could get back to that in the end game content.
It's a huge problem when you're also talking about a lot of players want to increase density beyond where it's at now. Well, the more density you have, the more you're going to get hit. So the more you have to create these scenarios to where people can mitigate that damage. They can heal up quickly. You speed up the combat. You can't have all the telegraphed attacks killing you every time, or else you're just never going to survive anything. So it's, yeah, there's this back and forth between, do we increase the satisfaction of density and just killing 1,000 monsters all at once, or do we have this back and forth push pull that kind of slows the game down, but you also feel like you accomplish something every time you killed an enemy?
Yeah, that's a tough balance to kind of achieve, because I like Macro said, I would prefer that for sure, because I mean, I find that fun. You know, it's challenging. I mean, the idea of you know, figuring out like a strategy that will work better, not necessarily, you know, killing faster, but just being able to survive the fight and take as little damage as possible, because there is a back and forth. Whereas right now you just nuke everything or they nuke you, and that's kind of where we're at, you know, mostly in the end game, until you start doing, like, you know, the higher tier nightmare dungeons, and that's kind of it. But yeah, you're right. I think that's a really hard thing to achieve, and also make sure the player base likes and understands too, right? Because I think probably the majority of the player base would prefer to just, if they can just click one button and everything dies on the screen, they're happy. You know, like, that's a good action RPG, right? Like, my character is super strong. Click this button, things died. I picked up my loot. GG. You know, see y'all tomorrow. You know.
Yeah.
So how do you balance what, you know, Macro was saying versus that particular concept at the same time? And you kind of have to go, as a Blizzard dev, you have to be like, where do we go from here, right? So
I think it's just like a matter of different tastes, right? Like, there are these like kind of like blaster type RPGs where you go zoom zoom, everything explodes, and then you have something like Diablo 4 where you can see, like, you know, from the start that, you know, they really try to design interesting combat, right? With like evade, with like potion chargers, and, you know, with monsters actually having a lot of different abilities you have to deal with, and the low density. So it's like, it's exactly the opposite of that kind of game, right? And yeah, generally I think it's fine to find like a bit of a middle ground where, you know, stuff speeds up, or you have like these, at least certain scenarios where you like really, you know, blast and speed farm, and then there's like other scenarios where it's like slow and methodical, and it's kind of like maybe a bit of like, you know, do this here and do this there. So yeah, different tastes, I guess, and this is probably like what I also try to capture, which generally has worked out relatively well in my opinion. So I don't feel this is really like a downside right now in the game. I don't think we're going too fast. I don't think we're exploding too many screens at once, right? So the combat is actually relatively tactical in most cases, and at least from my perspective. But yeah.
I think it can be. I think that there are situations where you literally have to be more tactical, but I don't know if that's by the intent of the developers. Like, I think it's the reality of whether or not you can survive the fight if you're not trying super hard. I don't know. You know, I might be a bit jaded, but it really seems like you could have it where the open world is where you go to speed farm and you go to blast density, and you have these like super fast, crazy crush through, you know, builds where everybody can get their fill of kill the monsters, pull the slot machine and get the items, and then walking into challenging content, whatever challenging content ends up being, in, you know, like on top of Nightmare Dungeons, hopefully. that's where you go to have those like hard fights where you got to try hard and you have to know all the monsters' telegraphed attacks. You have to know what you can and cannot survive as a single shot. And right now, at least in my experience, it's like, oh, those are all those monsters over there. I know the 2 attacks that'll hit me at range. I hope I can hit them with corpse tendrils so that they're CC'd, and then it's no longer a problem anymore. So, I don't know. I feel like it could exist in this game, and it doesn't currently.
And it also is pretty disincentivized right now by the devs. They don't seem to want you to do tier 100. They don't want you to do Uber Lilith. Most people, the vast majority of people, they don't seem to want. There's no real benefit to doing those. The most valuable thing you can do is do mid-tier nightmare dungeons as fast as possible, and then go do your Hell Tides for your crafting materials, which will never ever challenge you. No, that +1 level change they made is not going to make it challenge you. So it's something I don't really understand about it is they have this challenging content in, but then they don't seem to want people to engage with it. And then, people were actually doing it, so we're going to nerf everything. And that's maybe where this friction is, where like, you guys talking about, well, we'd like to have those more methodical fights, and that's where it would exist. And that Blizzard's saying, well, please don't do that. It's not what we want you to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, imagine there was like some stacking, like plus 100% drop rate to Uber Uniques, per tier after like tier 80 or something, so that the people can actually like try to engage with like tier 80, tier 90, tier 100 pushing, and potentially get like the Shaco there, with like only a 1 in 1,000 chance instead of like a 1 in 20 million chance or something. So like there could actually be like a real incentive for like actually trying to make a character, make a build for that, and like maybe get that item eventually or something like that, right? That would be like kind of like a real reason to do it, and it wouldn't really break anything, I believe, with people having access to those items if they play well enough and if they farm long enough for it, instead of right now where they just can't really get them. Like there's no path to it, right? There could be incentives for those high tier number dungeons of some sort like that. This is an example. But yeah, okay, I think that we have kind of drifted off of the defensive topic here anyway, so we should probably move on. Let's talk about the offensive side of things. So they have nerfed damage a lot with crit nerfs, vulnerable nerfs, like lots of aspects got nerfed, etc. So maybe we should dive in there. So do we have like some general comments about it?
Yeah, so honestly, I guess might be a hot take in the community, but bugged builds should not exist, period. They should get axed, nerfed, just like destroyed, period. Like nothing should work well because of a bug, in a sense. Like it just needs to work well because it's intended, period. So like, we're doing, Bulwark, Shred, bursting venoms, all of that. Like that needs to just get nuked. And so like people get upset. I got called a Karen because earlier because I was just like, bursting venoms bugs. Like, oh, you're just a Karen. I'm like, I guess I want things to work correctly. Is that's being a Karen now? I mean, I don't know. But so all of those do need to go away, and they didn't nerf or they didn't fix all the bugs. And I'm actually disappointed that they didn't. And I hope that they do a hot fix before the season started, because there's going to be some issues if they don't. But outside of that, though, I think vulnerable was a big problem. Vulnerable still kind of is a problem. It's less of a problem, but it's still a big problem. And how you create builds in the game is literally this. You go and you ask somebody, okay, does your build have vulnerable?
Where do you get vulnerable?
Yes or no? Yeah, yes or no? Can your build proc vulnerable enough? If the answer is yes, it's a good build. You can sit there and you can theory craft the best, like coolest thing ever, right? And someone asks you, can it proc vulnerable? And if you say no, your build is trash. Like this, it doesn't matter how well you crafted this whatever build, right? And like that's an awful place to be in that we were in, where basically every build was based around how do you proc vulnerable, and like not every class has equal ways or to proc this vulnerable stat, and so we were all pigeonholed into this one way to play the game, right? So they need to do something to pull us away from that, so we can actually take other stats, right? I think nerfing vulnerable is a band-aid fix. It doesn't fix it because we still are doing the same thing. The only thing that it solved is that instead, when your vulnerable ran out, you don't feel as bad when you hit something. Like you go from dealing like, I don't know, 100 damage to maybe 30 damage. Whereas before you went from 100 damage to maybe 2, right? So the extremes is now like, lessened quite a bit. So that was their band-aid. But what they really need to do, in my opinion, really, and they might be doing this later, is they really should have really opened up other categories of stats right now. Because I mean, having damage to stun, damage to slow, damage to chill, damage to freeze, damage to crowd control, damage when you pump gas at a 7-Eleven, like all this into one big category. It doesn't incentivize you to do anything. It's just letters. It's just words, right? It's just words. It's like damage to crowd control is the same exact thing as to damage with marksman, basically. Like, I mean, it's the same thing. There's no identity at all whatsoever. Like, and so you have no identity with all these stats in one category, and you have vulnerable damage, which is the best thing in the game. And it's like, you know what I mean? So like they really, I guess what they tried to do, like I said, is peel back the importance of some of these, like, of vulnerable, but like they just they really need to look at the other stats and find some way to make them more useful, either dividing them in different categories or whatnot. I still am floored why damage to stun and whatnot is in the same category as something that you just get naturally because you pick the stat. Like, seriously, like, come on, man. But
I can chime in there, and I actually have exactly the same opinion. I think that, number one, vulnerable, I mean, while it is very powerful, if you don't have vulnerable, it feels atrocious, right? I mean, as a rogue, that's not exactly a problem, but for example, on many bar builds or like sword builds or something, like it's kind of hard to actually proc vulnerable reliably, right? You have your exploit glyph, and well, if that runs out, goodbye, right? You just, like, if you don't kill the target in 3 seconds, you just move on, because else you would need like another half minute to kill it, or something like that, right? This is just awful, and there's like no alternative to it, right? We can't stack vulnerable, and well, if this build can't really support vulnerable, then yeah, maybe go with this other thing, right? But we don't have another thing, so I think that nerfing vulnerable was definitely the right move, and it actually still needs more nerfing, or more, like, even like a redesign, honestly. Like, I think that, the vulnerable being active, just giving like triple or quadruple damage, even post nerf, it's still such a major difference. And the way that it works more in the early game, where, we have like maybe 20%, 30%, 50% vulnerable, I think that makes a lot more sense, and it's a lot more fun. It's like, okay, you apply a certain debuff, you get a bit of a value for it, right? And you feel the damage going up, and it feels like it's not mandatory, right? I can still attack the target and actually do something. Whereas, oh, I don't have vulnerable, and I have to wait like 8 more seconds for my vulnerable activation to come back. Well, I'm just gonna run circles now, like there's no reason to actually try to even attack. It's just, it's just really stupid, I think. So I think there definitely needs to be like another round of like revisions on vulnerable at some point, with like, accompanied buffs in some other way, right? Where they can bring back the power that they took out from vulnerable, because right now it is just like so prevalent. But also the other thing that you mentioned with like the stats that are so useless right now, like damage to stunned or damage to frozen, I also agree. Honestly, I think the best way to do that, like, it would be just make them like all multiplicative and reduce the values massively, right? Like, why can't we have a stat on our gear that is like plus X 5% damage to frozen, for example? Like, why not? It's like such a conditional effect, right? You have to like actively put the Frost Nova into your build, you have to press the button, and why is this additive damage? Like, it makes zero sense because of like how conditional it is, like how much effort it is to, like, how it changes the entire build, right? If you want to try to activate one of those, like, why are these things additive? It makes zero sense.
And it also makes people like, like build into certain archetypes. It's like, well, I want to be a frozen such and such, or I want to be a distance such and such, like, like, or I want to be like a stun master or something, like, like there's identities and archetypes that people are trying to build up for themselves. And so, like, naturally, if they don't know that all these stats are in the same category, they're just going to go and take it. I see this a lot on my stream, where it's like, oh, I've taken a lot of shadow damage for my rogue. And I'm like, well, why? And it's like, well, because I got shadow in view.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think about it, and I'm like, you know what? You're not wrong. like you're not, like if you really think about it logically, that's not a bad way to think about it. But we know otherwise. We know it's terrible. But how are they going to know that it's bad? Like, why do damage to shadow when you can just do literally anything else, right? So like I think they really need to find a way to, at least allow the audience to be able to play into the archetype and feel like they're doing something with that archetype, whether whatever that is, right? And we just don't have that right now. Everything is vulnerable damage. Oh, after you do that, crit damage. After that, take a defensive slot and GG. like that's it, and that's unfortunate right now.
Yeah, kind of.
I can't remember. Sorry, go ahead. Macro. No. One of us can't be polite.
You go macro. Okay. Go macro.
All right, fine. I'll be rude. It kind of feels like, and unlike the defensive stuff, I feel like they have the right general concept here, but instead of using the scalpel, they came in with a sledgehammer and just blasted. For example, Druid, Rampaging Werebeast, the one where you get crit damage when you're in Grizzly Rage every time you crit, goes up to 990% crit damage. No nerf. Yet crit damage across the board is nerfed. What does that mean? Rampaging Werebeast was already meta. Now it's even more meta because you can get less crit damage from other sources. So they made the thing that was OP more OP when what they were trying to do was make it less. That's the kind of stuff that they're just going to need to get better at. They're new at this. This is their first season. But they need to be better at identifying where are the actual cases where this damage source is too powerful. And can we hit that without hitting everything, literally everything in the game? And if they can get that right, like Rampaging Werebeast should have been halved. It should have been. And then critical strike damage by itself was probably relatively okay, or at least not this bad. We needed this kind of nerf. If they can start to figure that out, they're going to be a lot better off than just like pissing off the entire community by just nerfing everything. It just doesn't look good.
Now macro.
The interesting thing about vulnerable, and I can't remember at what point like it hit me, right? Because we were testing stuff when we've been playing this game for a bit. And when I looked at the stat, then I went, hold on, so it gives me like a 1.2 multiplier. Oh, that's sick. Okay, if I can get the effect on, I get a 1.2. That's dope. And then I saw the stat on a ring, and I went, this ring says 30 vulnerable. There's no way, right? And then you put it on, and your vulnerable goes from 20 to 50. And I went, well, that's broken. That can't be how that works, right? Vulnerable, like as a concept, as an alternative to crit, I actually think is like a very cool idea. You have damage over time effects. You can apply vulnerable, but they can't crit. Oh, okay, you have two different ways to build your character, but you don't really. You put them both together. Here's my fix for vulnerable, and let me know what you all think, because originally I saw it kind of like the target was marked, like a hunter's mark or marked in like Darkest Dungeon. The idea being you apply vulnerable, it gives you a single multiplier, 1.1, 1.15, whatever. And then if you have different effects that can proc off a vulnerable target, you can get those things. An example is the exposed flesh aspect on Bone Spear, like for a necromancer, says if you hit a vulnerable target, you can lucky hit and regain essence. Oh, okay, now I can try to have like uptime on vulnerable. That's not going to crazy scale my damage. It's going to give me a little bit of a damage boost. But now I can proc these things that say you have successfully marked the character. You successfully built into a vulnerable, theme, kind of like what DiEoxidE is talking about. Right now, the stat plus 2 vulnerable damage on gear is ridiculously oppressive. Obviously, everybody understands that. And I feel like it's a very easy fix. Like you just get rid of that stat and you leave stuff in the game that says, if you're attacking a vulnerable target, you get this extra multiplier. If this skill goes off on a vulnerable target, then you get this added bonus. And that's already powerful enough. Frees up a slot on your rings, frees up a slot on your weapon, and now you will literally have to take additive damage bonuses to be able to actually augment your build, as opposed to right now, which is like, oh, I already have crit and vulnerable on my weapon. I guess I'll also get core skill damage, or I guess I will also get intelligence, or I guess I'll also get damage to CC'd, whatever. Like, make it a thing that you build, or like, make it a thing that you incorporate into a build that has a flat bonus that it gets and can be worked off of, and just remove the stat from gear entirely. and then you actually can worry about having other stats on your build in general. That's my fix.
Yeah, I
Just
think
remove vulnerable from stats.
Remove it from gear. Remove it
I
from
don't
gear.
disagree. I don't disagree with you.
I
think
like that actually. Yeah.
I think it's way too strong. Certainly as an additive, it's just ridiculous.
Huh. It's just remove vulnerable. So you have, I mean, some classes have vulnerable on paragons, right? On Rogue, you can actually stack quite a bit on that, on like at least 1 or 2 paragon boards. So that would make some of these really crazy strong without like a readjustment. But it wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. And like vulnerable just being like the baseline 20%, and then maybe you have like certain source of that. You know, maybe there could be like very minor sources. Maybe there's like, you know, 1 or 2, maybe rings, for example, right? Maybe there are rings and you can roll like, you know, plus 5% or plus 10% vulnerable damage or something. And that's
Well,
it.
I mean, isn't that what they did now though? So with nerfing vulnerable, like because before you could kind of get away from not having used exploit weakness Paragon board on rogues. Like you could take another option if you wanted to. Like, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal because you already had so much vulnerable damage already. Now that they nerfed vulnerable damage, exploit weakness board is pretty much mandatory now. Like you don't have an option, you know. So like we're already there as it is now. But yeah, I mean, I obviously there'll be adjustments to, of course, Paragon boards with that, with what Macro is saying. But I actually totally agree with that. I like that. Other than everybody being vulnerable, you know, bros, right? It's like, what build you running? Vulnerable? Me too, bro. I'm running vulnerable too. How about you over there? Vulnerable? Hey, man, vulnerable is the way, man. I'm telling you, that's how we do it. You know, that's just, but that's
yeah,
what it is right now.
I think what they kind of tried to achieve, but kind of like failed with, is making more options available like vulnerable, right? So there is overpower in the game, for example, and overpower outside of some very niche users and very early game stuff is kind of like useless, right? So there's like no point in really building around overpower for almost every build. I know there's like some exceptions, but for the most part, like everyone has vulnerable, and okay, you can even stack it with other effects. You know, you can stack vulnerable with crit, and I think this is okay. Like the problem is just that we're missing like 3 other things that are like vulnerable or like crit, right? That you can build around. Like, you know, like a build scaling option, right? Where you have this effect or you have that effect or this kind of stat, and you know you can trigger this that way and this that way, and it has like some kind of like interesting mechanic behind it, right? I think mechanically vulnerable is actually quite interesting, but practically it is so powerful that it's like a mandatory thing for every single build, and you always have to do it. But you know, if vulnerable was like way down and there was like another thing like overpower, let's say, or like something, you know, else that you could include if you wanted to make that build a bit more flavorful in that direction, or because of better synergies you can make or something like that, we would definitely move to like a much better spot long term at least. So I would definitely like to see them introduce like 1 or 2 more mechanics that are a bit like, you know, vulnerable or overpower or something like that in some other flavor, basically.
Yeah, you know, and not just like damage. That's a good point. Like, there's no, you don't compete with any multipliers, right? When in your vulnerable sources, but you don't compete with much of anything other than additive damage. Think about your weapons. Critical strike chance doesn't go there. Attack speed doesn't go there. These are usually like really big damagey type stats that you would consider there. They don't allow you to put it there. So it's kind of like they forced you to only take vulnerable by giving you no choices when even some choices already exist in the game that you might consider.
Well, hold on, because Azure Wrath and Lidless Wall both have attack speed on a weapon and a shield. So they did it. They added in the uniques. Completely owned that argument. We gotta move on. No, you're
now you just need to become
on.
like a skeleton summoning barbarian, yeah. So
yeah, just put them all together. No, you're completely right though. Like when I found out I couldn't get attack speed on weapons, like my first question was, well, where else am I going to put attack speed? And like, well, you put it on your gloves. I'm like, I mean, okay, yeah, I guess those are on my hands. Sure, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it's very, very interesting that like the not direct damage scaling, but more so like gameplay efficiency scaling stats aren't available on the same places where you also stack your damage. I hadn't really thought about that other than when I first looked at it and went, oh, that's weird. My sword can't get faster. Okay, moving on, I guess.
It's got a good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, on the other hand, like I think limiting stuff like, for example, attack speed while it does kind of like decrease the scaling options, is also like coming back to like this gameplay stuff that we talked about earlier, right? Where, you know, like you don't become like a super saiyan like in other games where it's like, you know, explode entire screens. And like kind of limiting attack speed, for example, on that end, kind of helps with that. So I'm not sure if like adding much more source of attack speed would really be the way here. And again, there could be like, you know, just entirely new mechanics that they could introduce maybe down the line, maybe in an expansion or something like that, where we have these other like ways of scaling our characters and potentially combine, you know, maybe you start out making a build and it's not like, okay, like how do I get vulnerable and how do I stack enough of it? But it's more like, okay, do I want to get overpower? Do I want to get vulnerable? Yes or no? And this is like an individual question for each of those categories, right? And you have like 5 different categories. And you say, okay, maybe I'm going to combine all 5. You know, maybe you're going to try to shoehorn it all into a build and then have like some weird patchwork build where all of those vulnerable or like all of those multipliers are present, but maybe at a much lower value, and you have to make some huge concessions. Whereas, okay, you want to focus on 1 or 2 of them, and you know, you go crit and vulnerable like now, or you go only crit and you completely ignore everything else, or you go vulnerable and overpower, and you know, like you have like these different scaling options, and that would maybe also allow for like, you know, different flavors of similar builds, right? Where you can play a rogue with penetrating shot and, you know, maybe scale your overpower and you're vulnerable, or you can scale your crit, or, you know, there would be like many different options maybe to actually build that character with a similar playstyle, and that would always give like some kind of like new addition to, you know, like retrying similar builds, for example. But yeah, this was definitely at least like my like long-term like wish, at least where we should end up.
I do really like the at least a little bit of the foresight to go, hey, do you know all those additive damage bonuses that are in the game that you've never used ever, like damage with two-handed slashing and damage while in human form, which I still want to test. I really like that they buffed those, because when I was really trying to push into Nightmare Dungeons, I went, okay, let me look at my gear pieces. Okay, my helmet, my chest, my pants, and half of my amulet. That's all survivability. I'm looking at these damage options, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll get plus 10 base damage, additive damage. Sure, I would never take that. I like the fact that they buffed them. I don't know why they didn't go harder on that. Like, imagine if on your chest you could have plus 30 additive damage. Now when we're talking like 30 additive damage, we're starting to get into the realm where you actually can get a bigger return on that, as opposed to continuing to stack crit, like on a different piece of gear or something like that. And yeah, I feel like it would... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you can choose to have like plus, like this 30% additive damage basically translates into like 4% DPS or something in most builds, right? So you can have 4% right. DPS, or you can have 20% damage reduction. I mean...
Right. So you still would never pick it, right? But let's say it's an option for speed farming, right? Because not everything is Nightmare Dungeon pushing. Like, you don't need 4 defensive stats on your chest and your pants for speed farming. But if they were willing to go even harder with the additive damage bonuses that currently exist in the game, you could make a choice where you go, okay, I am going to prioritize having 2 or 3 of these on my chest for this particular type of gameplay style. Like, I want to crush Helltide, I'm going to do this. The benefit of it too is that it naturally balances itself, because as you add more to an additive bucket, you get less and less return, as opposed to prioritizing crit or vulnerable on a different piece. Like, doing that math, especially on Bone Spear, has been like the only thing that we've gotten to talk about, is at what point do you prioritize core damage over crit damage on your weapon? And I feel like if they went just a little bit harder in the paint, or buffing up these additive damage sources so that they were legitimately options, as opposed to just crit and vuln, and then kind of not worrying about them and just putting damage reduction, that opens up playstyle, and that makes it so that you're actually theory crafting unique and interesting builds that are looking to seriously prioritize stats. They did it a little bit. I just wish that they went further with it, because as it stands right now, I don't think it was enough to legitimately change how people are going to build their characters in the current meta. Like, not talking about builds that are going to exist with Malignant Hearts, that's a completely different story. But in the current meta, I don't think people really reprioritize damage type stats on their gear. I think they just have lost some damage. Like, I don't know that there was a shift.
I think overall though, like it seems the devs were being extreme. Like when it comes to stuff like that, like making like tuning and things like that, they've been like very, very careful. like with that. Like, you know, they what was forgot what was it? Is it reactive defense? I think it is on the rogue, where basically you take less damage from overtime effects or whatever. Dots. Yeah,
it's rugged. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you know, instead of it being 3, 6, 9, they buffed it to 4, 8, 12. You know, it's sure, but are you really? Is that going to be enough for me to be like, oh man, I'm definitely going to take that? No. Like, I mean, it's just but overall, I guess use it as an example because they're very minor tunings, and like I feel like that goes along with what you just said with the buff in the additive category. I think they're being very careful not to overdo it, and they're being cautious, you know, for it. But I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. Like, they could at least went, you know, maybe 35-40% or something like that, and we could see better gains overall. But you can tell they were just being cautious. Like, well, we don't want to do too much, because if we do too much, then, you know, and that's kind of what we got across the board. But I 100% agree with you, Macro, on that.
The problem with additive damage on your gear is you can get almost 100% additive from a single glyph, and you can get 20% from a single rare node in the Paragon board. How do you compete with that on gear when you're offering even 30 or 40%? I put one Paragon point in, I get 20% as long as I've got the bonus. There's no amount of additive damage, and they have to like double or triple it to even start to think about that competing with what I can get from the Paragon board, and then just using multipliers to get my damage to where it needs to be. There's just no reason to scale the additive damage.
And you know, obviously nobody likes falling back onto this type of argument. The only thing that I would push back on that is, one, there are builds that you can't just get like 400 or 500 additive damage in the Paragon. Overpower is a great example. The only thing that you care about is overpower damage and willpower, maximum life, and for the Necromancer, blood skill damage. So in a world where I could get 30 additive blood skill damage on my chest, that's actually a massive increase in my total additive damage bucket, because there is only one there's only one stat that actually helps that. And then the other part too is that, like, you know, there is a whole 99 levels before you have your maximum Paragon tree. And it can be fine if in the end game, like, those additive damages aren't relevant anymore. But that's still describing like 40 to 60 hours of gameplay of a character's progression, where it can be relevant and you can rely on it and use it. So that's my only pushback on that idea, is like, I would rather have more options than less options. Right now, I don't really think they gave us a new option for stats to take.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with you on your overarching thing that more options would be better. And yeah, I guess there would be some potential like outlier builds that don't have a lot of sources, but they're clearly niche. They're not the normal.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, so I just think that's going to be like, even if they went back and buff it next season and they buff it again, and it needs to be so much higher than the multiplicative options like vulnerable and crit damage to be a realistic source that you would take over those in many builds, that would want those other things.
Or they make them also multiplicative, right? As we discussed earlier, like, you know, damage to frozen, damage to stunned, you know, all these like extremely conditional effects. You know, I think if they had like way smaller values, but they are all multiplicative, I think that would be a much better solution, right? Because then you can really like lean into certain things and really feel the power of, you know, using a Frost Nova, of using your Shadow Step to stun the elite, or, you know, these kind of things, right? So you would actually have like a much stronger reason to actually use those kind of effects. So, but yeah, I agree. Like, it's kind of like the way that they nerfed crit and vulnerable. It's just like, okay, you still take the same stats on all the same items. You still run swords on basically any build that can have a sword. Yeah, you still put vulnerable on your rings. It's just like your scuffed items that don't have crit, vulnerable on the ring, you know, they're just like slightly less scuffed now because it has become a bit closer, right? Because it nerfed vulnerable. But it's still, you ideally still want crit, vulnerable anyway. So it's just like nothing changed. There's no other option. This is what you're going for. And this is kind of like, it's kind of like smooths out the progression, I guess, where it's not like, okay, you find this omega crazy ring that this gives you like plus 30% DPS. It's more like, okay, now it's like plus 7% or something. So yeah. Okay, do we have any other like opinions now about the offensive stuff of things? Like, is there something you missed? Not really,
They
right?
didn't. Oh no, yeah, we got class balance later.
Yeah, we can go into class balance in a second. I want to talk before that. I want to talk about the experience nerfs. So they have nerfed how much experience you get from defeating high level monsters, and they also effectively killed boosting with that as well. And let's talk about that a little bit. So, what are your thoughts?
The boosting one's dangerous.
The boosting one's really interesting. It's
dangerous.
I'm gonna try to cut it off at the pass. I think that it was too easy to level characters, and I also think that they have failed to give us enough in-game ways of legitimately playing with other people and like group finder and stuff to warrant killing our ability to like solo level efficiently. Like I don't know. I think this is kind of like a common issue with this patch. It's like you did these things that are ultimately healthy for the game, but there's not enough stuff in place to offset it or to complement it or to boost it. If I could click a dungeon finder and just like queue up with some random person and run nightmare dungeons together, the nerf to how much bonus experience that I get doesn't feel as bad. But as it stands right now, like, yes, it will just take the majority of people longer to level up. And while I do think that the progression of experience is ultimately in a healthier place, I get that most people don't like it, and that ultimately it is a negative for people playing the game, especially solo. And then if your buddy happens to be higher level than you and they could boost you, they still can. It's just not your level 60 in an hour, which, like, that's not hyperbole. You were 60 in an hour. If your friend wanted to do it, you were level 60 in an hour, and I think that that's scuffed as all hell. But obviously they've super overcorrected. So like now you're going to be 20 or 30 in an hour, maybe. I actually don't know what the experience ends up being.
But you just mentioned that they nerfed like the way to level up as a solo player. Like in what way?
So very specifically, if your build was competent enough to kill 3 levels higher than you, but isn't competent enough to kill 10 levels higher than you, the solo play experience has been nerfed. Like there are a ton of builds that are on that cusp, which is like, I could do this and now I can't. And even if you can still do it, I mean, you literally are 10% bonus experience less, right? Like that's just hard facts. And if you could kill monsters who are 20 levels higher than you, you're only going to get experience as if they were 10 levels higher than you. So like that's also nerfed for the single player experience.
That was a weird decision they made where it's like, oh, we don't want you killing stuff 10 levels higher than you anymore. We don't think that's a good idea. So what we're going to do to fix that is we're going to make it so you have to kill 10 levels higher than you to get the full XP bonus, but we just won't give you as much. I'm like, what? How does that make sense?
Yeah, no, actually, they said specifically they think it's fine that you try to fight harder monsters or something. They want you to fight challenging monsters, but then they did this nerf to experience, right? I think that's what it said in the developer comment. And this what is nerf to experience actually does is you never fight monsters that are higher than you. Like you just completely ignore them now, right? You just go monsters on your own level at all times. Like at least like whenever you can. Like in Nightmare Dungeons, for example, you can choose it here. You can choose exactly the monster level. And honestly, like when I'm gonna try to race now, starting tomorrow, I don't think I'm ever gonna attempt even a Nightmare Dungeon where I have to fight monsters above my level. Like you just make like the speediest, like fastest setup you can do and just like rush through it, because that will basically always win against, you know, making like a significantly stronger setup that maybe can get 15% more XP per monster, but will definitely not go as fast as whatever speed farming setup you can make. So this kind of like went exactly in the opposite direction. I feel like you don't want to do high level monsters anymore at all, unless you have some Omega busted build, I feel, and I don't see many of those, at least in the leveling department. So
if you're more than 15% less efficient, it's not worth it. 15, that's
yeah,
nothing.
15 is very little for going plus 10 levels. That's exactly it, right? Plus 10 is, you know, I don't know. I'm just putting in some numbers here out of like my gut feeling, I guess. But it's probably like at least twice as hard, I would say, to go plus 10 levels, like in terms of like incoming damage, in terms of like how much you have to deal. So something like that, I guess. So how do you make a build like twice as tanky and twice as powerful without losing 15% speed? And the answer is, well, I don't know.
Well, it's not just 15% speed, right? We don't know the experience per monster level calculation. but 10 levels of 10 levels of monster level does increase base experience as well compared to killing
Okay.
it 10 levels lower.
Okay, that is
So
actually true, yes, but it's actually relatively minor, especially on the higher levels. So yeah, I don't have the numbers exactly, but it's a few percent more maybe.
Yeah, we could call it 20%. Like I agree with the sentiment in general. I don't want somebody to sit here and go, well, actually, monster levels are higher. Please, I come from Diablo 2. I have a very good idea of monster level experience bonuses, and I don't want to care about it for Diablo 4 because that's absolute trash. But it's I put a slightly different spin on this, and let me hear your thoughts. You can now tailor your difficulty in the game at a much finer level than you could previously. Because you can elect to be fighting monsters who are lower level than you. You can elect to be fighting monsters who are at or slightly above your level. Or you can elect to go into specific nightmare dungeons to exactly pick what level the monster is. Whereas before, you were either fighting monsters that were at your level or higher. So we have gained some agency. I'm not saying it's better, but it is a true statement. Like, we do have the ability to tailor what we're killing at a higher rate than we did previously. Like, yes, you could go down to world tier 2 and just kill monsters who are level 50, but I'm talking about like through every level of progression, we did gain that ability. That is a true statement. And like, for at least for some casual players who are like, hey man, I got into world tier 3, I'm getting dumpstered on, like I'm not getting stronger. They have gained an option. Now, I don't think that needs to come at the detriment of like experience in general, but I wanted to get how you all felt about that, or if you had thought about that yet, because that struck me, and I'm like, that is a thing.
Could you describe specifically the option that was gained?
Yeah, so previously what you could do is you could go into, you could either fight content that was at your level, or you could go into content that had a minimum cap of a level, which was either at your level or higher, or go into nightmare dungeons. And it wasn't until you were higher level than a tier 1 nightmare dungeon that you could legitimately kill monsters that were like lower level than you in the open world. Now, when you're level 56, the monsters aren't scaling with you in the open world content. Yes, you could always do this in like a nightmare dungeon, but nightmare dungeon comes with its own set of like additional like difficulties that you need to overcome to be able to do that content. Somebody who's level 60 can elect to kill monsters who are within their level range, but strictly easier to kill than they were before.
I mean, is it an option, or isn't it always just now 5 levels lower, no matter what?
Yeah, I think that's what macro means. Yeah, like you can fight monsters that are -5 levels, or you can fight monsters of your level or higher, or basically anything. With Nightmare Dungeons, you have the option to choose any level, right?
Okay,
the thing
so
is that
either Nightmare Dungeons are 5 levels lower.
Yeah, right? Basically, right? And Helltide has +3.
Up to 5 levels lower.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that
just depends on what level you are. That's not under your control. The up to part. That's just you're this close to the tier 3 or the tier 4, cutoff. So that's what you're at.
And then you can also do the same thing in like world tier 4, right? Like you can elect to go fight monsters who are significantly higher level than you, or be fighting monsters who are then from the 75 point like lower level than you. It's just a thought. Like it is literally more options for what level the monster that you're killing is in the content. I just wanted to know what other people had thought about that and whether or not that has a value.
Well, probably not for most of our audience here, but I can maybe see that value for like, the people that would never think about looking up any kind of Diablo content. They're kind of like just like dabbling around, and they're like, they kind of want to feel powerful with their, charged bolt sorcerer. And you just go in open world content and just kind of blast your way through, and it feels fun and easy, and you're having a good time. And if you don't care about efficiency, yeah, maybe, I guess. In realistic terms, for like people that kind of like are invested in the game, this whole like open world change is really bad in my opinion. Like it kind of gives open world like a much smaller reason than it already had to exist. And they made it so you can teleport to nightmare dungeons. They made it so that monsters are below you and in the levels, like so you don't really get XP. Like fighting monsters below your level is not an option if you want to be efficient in terms of experience gains. So it's just kind of like there's no reason to do it, right? And there's also like generally I think less density in open world areas, maybe besides like certain zones. So you already didn't really want to go open world and do anything there, and now there's even lesser reason to do it. And I don't know if they had like a lot of issues with, maybe like behind the scenes stuff. Maybe there's like stuff we don't know with like maybe bots, just being too efficient and just like running in circles or something, or AFK farming methods with thorns builds or whatever, right? Maybe they wanted to disincentivize these kind of things a little bit, but it's kind of strange to me that they nerfed the open world even more when it's already like, yeah, you get to 50, and if your renown is done, just farm Nightmare Dungeons to 100, right? This is kind of the strat. And maybe if you feel like it, you farm a few Forgotten Souls on the way. So this is basically the game right now, if you kind of care about leveling fast. So it just kind of like killed what was already pretty dead even more with the open world change. So I'm not really sure if I like that change at all.
I didn't get a chance to really test it at all, but has anyone like what's the XP gain or the new XP gain now for doing the whisper stuff now? Since they said they drastically increased it, is that even like worth doing at the moment? Because I mean, I love open world content. I love Helltide. I actually like the tree whisper stuff because I get to do different things. I get to go to a cellar, get a whisper, get to do this, kill X amount of monsters. I get to go find a dead body, kick it over, and all of a sudden I get ambushed. Like this is fun to me. Like I like the open world kind of stuff, but
yeah, personally, I like the open world as well. The thing is, there's like no point in doing it, right?
Yeah.
And now there's even less of a point in doing it because of this experience nerf. And now it's also like, you can level up your character and like, early on you have at least have like the option to kind of go to high level zones if you want, right? You can, go to Havezar at level 30 if you want and fight level 40 monsters or level 35 monsters. And previously that was actually kind of worth it because of this experience bonus when monsters were a bit above you and you can kind of like optimize around that. And now it's just like, why would I ever fight high level monsters? And then later on it's like, why do I ever want to fight monsters below me? Because they give like no experience at all. It's just kind of like, everything's kind of like backwards, I feel, on that end with open world content. It's really frustrating.
My question would be, were casual players struggling with the open world in World Tier 3 and World Tier 4? Because if they weren't struggling with it, and I'm not hearing that they were struggling with that, it's Nightmare Dungeons where they tend to struggle. This to me feels like it's tailored to a particular kind of player who was racing at the beginning of the launch and was only doing non-Nightmare Dungeons and not leveling their sigils and not leveling their gear and found that level 92 was really hard in the open world. Because that's about the only time it ever seems like it's hard in the open world. And I understand that perspective, but it's not a realistic perspective for the way the game actually was working. So if it was the case that casual players are actually struggling in the open world, then I get it. It makes sense because you want casual players to feel powerful and you want them to have a way to go ahead and level up consistently and not be dying constantly. So, okay, it makes sense. But if that's not the case, then this doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So just to, and let me explain again. I do agree that like this change ultimately is probably not even going to serve the purpose that they would like it to, and can be seen as a detriment. If that didn't come across, just so that everybody understands that. The reason why I was thinking about it though is because I listened to this podcast, and the people who are on the podcast are gamers for the past 20, 30 years. They're very intelligent people. And I heard from them the same complaints that I had heard at the beginning of the game launch, which was people going, my leveling experience is a slog. The level scaling is literally stopping me from being able to like feel powerful and to do content. I feel like I'm always behind. And once I got into higher difficulties, my build, which wasn't good, is now suffering super hard. Like, did I imagine that was like a huge amount of feedback from the casual player experience? Was leveling has been a slog. I got into higher world difficulties. My build is trash and it sucks. Like, that was the thing that I heard a lot of the time. And if these people who I give like a lot of respect to, I think that they are competent video gamers, are sharing that experience because they don't understand all the systems in the game yet, I can see why they went, we got to make content like more available for casual players. And if open world content is already like the lowest value content, except for Helltide very specifically, why not make that the thing that like you can go and feel powerful in? That's why I wanted to bring it up, because like they didn't do it for no reason, right? Like they didn't just go, and we'll make open world content worse because we hate the players, right? There had to be some data that backs up these decisions. So I was trying to figure out what could possibly be the logic behind it, and that was the best that I could come up with. Is that like people needed content that could be easier for them to deal with this feedback that they've been getting.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't just say, okay.
I was just going to say
Sorry,
that I think that Macro is actually right about what led to that decision. Like, there is actually this feedback of people like, oh, I feel like I'm leveling up and now I'm weaker, etc., right? Because either they don't know how to build a character or because they're not having their glyphs, like exactly what you talked about earlier with, people just following this blind burrows group farm strategy, and then they end up at level 92 and they have glyphs level 1 everywhere, and yeah, of course a character is gonna suck, like how else are you gonna improve your build anymore at that point, right? It's the glyphs, and for example, if you don't level them, then well, enjoy, right? So yeah, it kind of makes sense that that they kind of like offer this easy content. The problem I have with it is that it's kind of like the entire open world, right? The entirety of the open world content is like useless now, basically, for anyone who wants to kind of like, do some kind of efficient content, right? So it's just like not a web strategy. Yeah.
So indirectly, though, that actually indirectly ties into something we said earlier, right? So I mean, let's think about it. Like if the people who might have been struggling to the leveling part, part of it. I mean, it's not clear cut how to make your builds. I mean, unless you just went to, a website to, just look at a build, maxroll.gg, just saying, if you need builds. But anyways, like people who just want to do it on their own, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna do it on my own. I'm gonna, do this way. When you look at the stats, like we were talking about earlier, like the damage stats, I mean, who's gonna really figure out that you have to build directly into vulnerable the entire time? So your character is gonna feel bad going up if you don't know that, because the other stats are not really holding their weight nearly as much, right? So like that's like a complex problem that doesn't just stem from the difficulty of the game, but rather even just the stat values. There's no, I mean, we know because we tested it, right? But like it, I have a brother that plays, and he's probably watching the podcast now, but like he plays and whatnot, and I had to explain to him, when he was, I think level 50 or 60 on his druid, that you have to take that vulnerable damage was important. He had no idea. He was coming from, he's a Destiny player, right? He has no idea that it's like, oh, I got to actually stat vulnerable. Like, yeah, it's very important. And like once he did that, it was a game changer at that point once he understood that mechanic. But I think it's a compound problem that goes further than just, making the open world easier. Although I get what Macro is saying as far as why they did it, but it's like, I think there's more levels to why people might be struggling going forward than just the part of that. But yeah
I think these are excellent points, and to me they actually lead back to the core issue that's not being addressed, which is outside of Nightmare Dungeons there is no way at all in the end game to customize your experience. You can do nothing to change the difficulty of the overworld, you can do nothing to change the difficulty of Helltides, and then the Tree of Whispers of course is a part of that you can do absolutely nothing with. This means you can't make it more difficult or easier, so if you're struggling, you're stuck with it, and if it's not valuable enough or incentivizing you enough, you can't do anything about that either, which is why players get funneled into Nightmare Dungeons, and that's all there is to do.
Yeah, I saw that too, man. Like, I mean, I like Nightmare Dungeons, don't get me wrong, but like looking at the patch notes, like every patch, it just seems to be more incentives to do Nightmare Dungeons. And like, I'm not saying that shouldn't be a major part of the game. I'm not saying that at all, but like every time I see more buffs to it, more incentives, it just kind of reminds me of Diablo 3 and Greater Rifting. And I don't know how many people remember like the beginning of like Diablo 3 vanilla back in the day where like when Inferno first came out, like you didn't want to group. You did not want to group at all. It was terrible. Like the mobs, gain a lot more HP. They did more damage for grouping. Like if you group with people, the monsters did more incoming damage. It was horrible. So you did not want to group at all. And so Blizzard eventually was like, well, people aren't, playing with their friends. I wonder why that is. And they just threw a bunch of incentives to group play, and it went the exact opposite direction where group play gets all the incentives and there's no reason to play, almost no reason to play solo, but it's like the advantages from playing in a group is just much greater than playing solo. So the poll has shifted. So like I like the open world content. So like when I see more buffs from Nightmare Dungeons, I feel a little like but I want to go out there and like kill things in the open world, right? But I do feel like what McFluffin is saying, like the open world content is not rewarding enough, but we're being pushed into a nightmare dungeon, path, and it's like almost a GR cycle all over again, kind of. But
I have a pretty hot take on that. Diablo 4 to be like in my perfect world, for Diablo 4 to be like a successful game, it needs to give up on the concept of not being a full MMO, and then you can actually have outdoor content that like matters and actually have grouping that matters, but like have different incentives. I don't think that like the ARPG model as like a game basis can actually be flexible enough to accomplish that. I know people won't agree with me. I wish this was World of Diablo so hard so that you could actually get into a group and you could actually do stuff in the overworld and have it be relevant and like have instances that like scale properly. But that's my take on that. I think that pain point will exist in ARPGs forever because they are ARPGs.
I'll push back on that a little bit as being someone who used to be a Mythic Raider in World of Warcraft, and they have multiple ways of scaling difficulty and multiple ways of interacting with endgame systems with people. So I agree to some extent. I think if they try to go too hard on the MMO stuff, it's going to be a problem. But these kind of scaling systems, multiple scaling systems, exist in MMOs. They exist in ARPGs. The problem is they just put it in one of the systems and they left the other ones alone. They have at multiple endgame systems that could be very interesting. Helltides is a very interesting conceptual system, and they're just kind of leaving it there. And not doing anything with it other than giving it +1 level, and that to me is the issue. Whether they go MMO or not, that has to be addressed. They have to give us multiple things that can challenge us in a customizable way, so that if it's too hard, we drop it down. Maybe we get a little bit less incentives for that, but we can do the content build up to where we need to push further. And then if it becomes too easy, we can push it up, get more incentivized for doing so, etc. That's just got to happen. I don't see this game really blowing up the way I think it could, which could be like super dominant game in the genre, unless they do that.
Yeah, I think you are onto something there. Like, personally, I think, there's a reason we play Diablo 4 and we don't play Lost Ark, right? So people play this game because they don't want MMO, in my opinion. It's fine to incentivize group play in some way, but it shouldn't be like the norm necessarily. So there should always be at least, the reason to try solo or like play solo or something like this. Like kind of standard things, the standard way of things, right? You play solo and then maybe you group, Like the people that group up versus the solo players are probably significantly less, even though group play is, 3 times better than solo play, right? Like in terms of like experience grind or many other things. So there are massive incentives in the game right now to group up, and still many people don't choose to not do it. And this is partly because it's hard to group up, there's no group finder, etc. But also partly because people just like the SSF way, right? So this is how it is. So I don't think they should transform Diablo 4 into such a game. But yeah, what McFluffin says with the different difficulty levels, like personally, I kind of like that there are like certain like minimum levels at least. I think it's fine to scale it up towards a higher difficulty. Like, like I think last time I had like a podcast, there was an idea from Crip, for example, who mentioned that they could make something like an Uber Helltide, right? Where maybe monsters are like +10 levels, or maybe monsters are +20 levels or something, and, maybe get like double cinders or something, right? And that would suddenly be really worth it for at least certain players, certain builds. It would be relatively tough. But maybe there could be like some other like more bosses roaming around or whatever, right? They could like, just take those systems and expand on them a little bit of some sort. Or maybe every 1 in 10 Helltides that appears on the map is just transformed into this Uber Helltide or something like that, right? So there could be something like that, where I think that, yeah, you need to have like kind of like a high enough minimum threshold to make this interesting, because if you just have scaling difficulties in both directions, up and down, then something like Helltide just doesn't really feel like it is like this, it doesn't really have this difference compared to regular content, right? Like in the current patch, at least they have +2 levels, and now with the update, it's like +3 levels of your character, and everything else outdoors is -5 levels of your character. So you're gonna notice a major difference between Helltide and normal content. And I think if there's like a high enough like minimum level of difficulty, and then you can scale it up in some way that makes it more rewarding, that could be interesting. Yeah, it also feels like, okay, I can conquer this kind of content, right? I can conquer the capstone dungeon for Nightmare, and I can now do Nightmare outdoor content, right? Until you get strong enough to do Nightmare dungeons, and then you conquer the Tormented capstone dungeon, and then you try to do like easy content again, like, you know, you do like outdoor content because it's easier, and then you go, eventually you're strong enough to also conquer like the lowest tiers of Torment Nightmare dungeons. So there's kind of like these progression steps that you go through where you have these milestones where you have like, okay, now I can do this and now I can move on, and it kind of feels good to reach those different points. So I don't want to have like basically infinite difficulty scaling up and down like we have, for example, in Diablo 3, right? Where in Diablo 3 you have like 20 different difficulty settings and you always go at exactly that difficulty where you just barely one-shot everything, and this is like just the most efficient way to play, right? So I don't want that for sure.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I apologize. I didn't mean to suggest that they can drop down like level 1 content if they wanted to or something. Really, I agree. There should be some sort of floor, but it should be low enough to where, you know, casual players can interact with at least most of the systems. You know, we've got this already, right? Nightmare dungeons have a floor that's higher than regular dungeons, and regular dungeons are, you know, kind of your stepping stone into Nightmare dungeons. And then, like you said, Hell Tide's higher than the regular world, and I think that's totally fine. But if we had like a system like with the overworld, say, where maybe -5 is your floor, and then maybe you could scale that upwards, maybe add modifiers to the overworld itself, something like that. You know, just so that for players who want to do more than the bare minimum and not just one-shot everything and never be challenged at all, they have a way to do that in all the content. That just seems like an obvious thing that I was kind of surprised Blizzard didn't do from the get-go with pretty much all of the content in game.
Yeah, honestly, like something I would really like to see, I think Path of Exile does that really well, where you have like more of these milestones, for example, like capstone dungeons on the way towards endgame. Like they have these kind of like pinnacle bosses. They have like the kind of like a quest version of them. So like they mentioned Uber Lilith, but like level 80, for example. So there's like a level 80 Uber Lilith, and you defeat her, and you get like basically like a permanent upgrade for your farming efficiency of some sort. Basically, like you can increase the level of the maps that you're running. Now imagine there was like, you know, like maybe 2, 3, 5 of those kind of, you know, mid-game challenges that kind of like fill up the mid-game, like a bit like the capstone dungeons, but, you know, maybe there's a boss here, maybe there's like some special dungeon there, something like that. And you unlock certain perks. For example, like you defeat that boss, and then all monsters in outdoor content are gonna be 5 levels higher from that point forward, giving you like more experience for going forward. Maybe they also get like plus 20% loot drops or something. You know, they can add something else to that as, you know, a reward for making it more difficult. And maybe there's like another perk from another boss where all Nightmare dungeons now have plus 20% monster density. You know, and you can kind of like opt in to like try to get those perks at a certain, like, you know, point, right? When you feel like you are strong enough now to conquer this type of extra challenge, then do it, you know. And this would give like a much better sense of progression, something to work towards, you know. I kind of like these milestones that they introduced with capstone dungeons, and I think there should be way more of these basically on the way to the 100 that also just give people exactly what they want, right? People want a bit more density, and you can give them that, right? If you like feel like in the end game, like it's a bit, you know, not exciting enough, not enough density, then yeah, give them that extra density, at least a little bit, through those kind of perks. I think that could be like a system that could maybe like work on in the long term, at least. So there's just like some ideas like throwing out there basically. But yeah, and then maybe also like the same thing with like, you know, Uber Helltide, what I described earlier, where maybe at some point you just unlock, you know, like that, you know, all monsters in Helltide are like plus 10 levels forever, you know, for your character at least. And you can still see other people that have like their own scaling, and that's fine. And maybe your character is just so strong that it doesn't matter for you, but you get like double the rewards, you know. So, you know, why not? So there could be like many ways of like incentivizing you to do difficult content, and not necessarily have it be like the norm or like a requirement, I feel.
Someone in chat just said elixir of density, and just to like build on that concept a little bit, considering we know that they do like real-time scaling to each individual player, and that scaling literally just has to read your character level. I can't imagine it does much else. There's nothing stopping this from being a thing that you can craft in game, an elixir of scale, like, you know, call it something fantasy, but basically like an attractant of higher difficulty monsters. Like you can elect to spend in-game resources to drink an elixir that says for 30 minutes you scale harder in the open world, and then give people who weren't looking for an easier open world experience with these changes to be able to continue to play the way they want to. Because realistically, at the end of the day, like if somebody's a hyper farmer, you're going to be in the open world for all of like 14 seconds. You're going to get to your capstone 4, you're going to get into dungeons, you're going to do the most efficient thing. These changes really don't affect that person. Me trying to spin it in a good way, I think that opens up some options for some people, but it does take away the agency of people who did want to be in the open world and continue to feel, we'll say, an adequate level of challenge here. Make an elixir that says that, no, I opt out of the easiness of the open world and I want it to be harder for me. Then going down into a cellar is like more relevant. Doing your whispers is more relevant for you too. It has a consequence of buffing all of the other content that you could do outside of only having that option in a nightmare dungeon. And then it's like that seems like a legitimate win-win where, you know, hell, for them it's even a benefit. They give us another gold sink, right? They really want us to spend all of our goddamn gold, but like it give us tools that empower us to be able to play the game in the way that we want to, without it being too much of a headache for them to be able to code, so that we can actually see it in, you know, like less time than 2 seasons or whatever.
2 expansions, you mean?
Yeah, okay. All right. You know, I try to be a little bit optimistic, but yeah, just, I don't know. I really think that like this idea in general actually has like a lot of benefit to it, while having minimum overhead as far as like development is concerned. But who am I? I'm not a game developer. I don't know jack about what goes into making stuff.
I mean, it could be as simple as like a little UI thing where you just like toggle some stuff on when it comes. You do something in the world that accomplishes you know, some sort of objective is reached, and now you have this toggle and you can turn it on or you can scale it up. A slider. It could be really simple, but just something to give some difficulty and some rewards at least for doing the content right now that you scale out of very quickly.
And then that's an effective, you know, that's effectively new progression capstones, like you're saying, Woody, right? Like, okay, at this point is when you turn on this setting or you drink this, because it needs to be intuitive in game, right? Like you drink this elixir and now it is +5. You don't need to be in a dungeon yet, but now you're at this progression level where you're able to tune it this way. Oh, you're finally at the point where you're like, yes, I can handle the affixes in a nightmare dungeon. Now I can go do that. Or I could stay in the open world and fight monsters that are level 105 in this cellar and have this like pseudo new version of the end game where, yes, I'm killing like higher difficulty monsters, but not only doing nightmare dungeons. I think there's something inside of that that's actually like a pretty killer idea that if the developers listen, they could like pull something out of that would be beneficial.
Yeah, I agree. In general, might be a solution, like the elixir stuff. I was actually talking about something similar with like maybe elixir to like you pop an elixir and then you get like more loot drops of a certain type, for example, as well. Like if you want to target farm, this would be like a solution for target farming, perhaps, right? Where like pop the elixir of finding helms and you can farm your Tempest Roar or something like that. So similar with the difficulty, maybe this can be tied together even. I think they can definitely do a lot with the elixir or the consumable system long term as well. Not just buff your character with like random, you know, 15% resistances, but actually like having an impact. That'll be kind of cool.
I do like the idea of I drink a potion and now more hats fall on the ground. That's some high tier magic right there. That's some wizard stuff. I like that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we just become more precise at, you know, at defeating the enemies without, you know, destroying their hats. So this is maybe the logic behind it, you know?
Makes complete sense. That's definitely what a potion does.
Anyway, we should talk about class balance a little bit. So, you know, this is like one of the biggest points of discussion, actually, I guess, where, well, we have seen a lot of nerfs to some of the big builds, like Hoda. They nerfed some stuff like Grizzly Rage. They have not really touched some of the like really big problems, like bug builds, like the Shred, or what else, the Bulwark, and yeah. Seems like in general, Druid has like some pretty busted builds. And then finally we have the Sorcerer that just received some major nerfs. Like basically 2 of their biggest multipliers were obliterated in this patch, with Sorcerers already being kind of on the weak side of things, and now it's kind of like, oof. So, what is your takes on that, guys? Who wants to start?
Pour one out for Sorks.
Yeah,
we don't have a Sork here, unfortunately, like a Sork main. But I mean,
talking with Northy, it's just like, why play the Sork right now? I think if anybody has like a legitimate like to stand on, like this patch was like quote unquote only bad, it's Sorceress players. I don't know what Sorks are doing that like Northy isn't doing, but apparently it is ruining this game as far as Blizzard is concerned. Apparently they are just like sitting on a mountaintop killing entire continents worth of monsters, and I just don't see it in gameplay that I've checked out, honestly.
We never should have released that Blizzard Uber Lilith kill. It was the end for Sorks.
that's what Northward does. Yeah, this is for people that didn't know him before. This is how it works. Yeah. I know, like in the Diablo 4 like scene, like Northward was not really known or something, right? He's like kind of like a newcomer here, so to say, and like small streamer, kind of like getting a name now for himself because of that Blizzard sword kill. And yeah, I mean, in the free times, he has done a lot of crazy shit like this. So maybe we need to convince Norfa to switch mains. How about that? Like maybe that will help the Sork more than anything we can discuss about today. So we just need to like move him over from Sork to
keep him away from Druid. I don't know. I don't want them to ruin it.
Woody, you can't put look, we're all joking here, but somebody's going to take this real seriously. And then there's going to be a Reddit post which like North War personally killed the sorceress for me. Like, we can't joke like this. People are going to take it.
I'm pretty sure that Reddit fight has already happened. So, we way too late on that.
So, but, I mean, I guess, let me ask you a question about this.
Sorry. Keep going.
Okay. So, like, when you talk about class balance, I mean, I feel like there's two things to talk about here, right? Everyone really normally kind of jumps to class versus class, like rogue versus necromancer versus such and such, but there's also like inter-class balance too, where how many builds of your class actually works, right? And obviously that's a talk too, but a lot more is about my class can't do what that class just did, et cetera, et cetera. So like, I mean, what are y'all opinions from like, in terms of like class balance, like inter-class balance versus class balance in general? Do you think inter-class balance is more important than class versus class balance, considering that right now we don't have any like competitive aspects in the game? Like, where do you think Blizzard should focus, or where do you think our focus should be?
Well, I would say balancing a class within itself is more important generally right now. I think it's important that the classes are kind of like somewhere in the same, like, at least universe in terms of like overall balance, which right now for Sorks is probably not the case. For all the other classes, I would say they're, somewhere along the same ballpark at least. Maybe Barb is a bit on the weaker side. But yeah, the problem is that if you want to play a Necro and you want to start the first season and all you have is Bone Spear, and now you have to Bone Spear again, you may not want to do that, right? So if you're like a Necro enjoyer and this is like just your main, and a lot of people are like that, right? They just want to play one class every single season, and you want to have another option, right? This is like the game of giving you options, right? This is like kind of how it was advertised. They want you to have these options available. They want you to make choices, and if the only choice is to play Bone Spear as a Necro, then this is not a choice, right? At least they're kind of like trying to like make that happen a bit with some of the nerfs, some of the buffs. I think like the paragon of class, like of inter-class balance right now is Rogue. Like Rogues, like every build just works. Every build is just nice. It's just kind of like it just works. That's how it is. Anything you can do on the Rogue, it's just fine. And this is kind of like where we should end up with all of the other classes. I feel like both in like the overall power level. I think like Rogues are kind of just right on where they are with like end game power. With like it's not too easy and it's not too hard kind of thing to play Rogue and be effective and like do stuff like the high-end challenges with like T100 push or Uber Lilith or something. But they don't have the easiest, they don't have the hardest, and I think that's exactly where everything should end up. So I think they need to take more of Rogue and put it in all of the other classes, basically, in terms of the overall balance. Which, on the other hand, is kind of like hard to achieve, because Rogue is also a class that is like extremely simplistic in design. Like, Rogue doesn't have any, you know, crazy mechanics that makes it like, you know, hard to balance or something, right? That's probably part of the reason why Rogue is so balanced right now. Rogue simply, you stab or you shoot arrows, and that's it. Like, there is no Grizzly Rage, there is no Tempest Raw, there is no you know, like weird overpower stuff, there is no like minions you have to deal with, there is no you know, Burning Instinct Paragon board, or you know, these kind of things that just make certain builds like, you know, have these massive swings in power. So it's kind of like hard to balance this out, I guess, on other classes compared to the Rogue. But I think this is kind of like where they should aim for. They should make sure that every class has at least some kind of like almost the same tier kind of builds. And then kind of like over time, you know, obviously make sure that stuff just moves closer together overall.
The most lukewarm... Sorry, go ahead, Fluff.
I was rude last time, so I have to be the not rude one this time. So
Okay, I'll be rude this time. Thank you. See, Fluff and I get it. So the most lukewarm take I could possibly have is that, you know, let's like be myopic for a quick second. Every core skill that a build has available to it should thematically fit into a competent build. It doesn't need to be the best at all content equally. Like, one can be better at speed farming, one can be better at pushing, one can be better at... Okay, those are the only two things that you can do, but you get my idea. When there is more content to do, you can have specialized niche. But at the minimum, every core skill should be able to put points into it, use it, and play it the way that skill's designed, and be able to build builds around it, and be able to do all the content in the game. And it really sounds like for the Rogue, they've accomplished that successfully, just kind of across the board. It feels like for the Barbarian, they've succeeded the majority. Like, the majority of those things all have builds that like are in some way competent or can do things. And like, I just wish that existed for the Necromancer. Like, you can't even like pick one of them and put on the same stats and make it work, because it just doesn't. So then you need very specific stats, and that's just like not an option, especially at lower level. But even in the end game, most builds kind of devolve down to, are you a shadow build? And like, how willing were you to be like just Infinimist as opposed to using other skills? Or are you a bone build? They've finally put enough tools into the game for Bloodlance to kind of be a thing, meaning like there's more diversity there. Technically, blood is back on the table, but they've completely left Blood Surge by the wayside. And even like Bone Spirit, like a skill that should be really, really cool. And while it is a competent build, it's a build that exists for content that doesn't exist. Like, nothing needs to be crit for 50 million damage once every 6 seconds. That's just not a gameplay loop that matters. So I completely agree that that's the dream. It's that if I pick a skill on a skill tree that has more than one thing that says, hey, your skill does something, I should be able to build around that and play a character that at least can do content. And at least from the Necro side of things, it just seems like it needs more time in the oven. I just don't believe that it got as many eyes looking at it and as many hands playing it as the other classes did necessarily. So we can zoom back out from the Necromancer, but that's my ideal, is if I can pick up a skill and use it, I should be able to find things in the game that augment it, and I should be able to, even if it's not great, make a build that functions out of that. And I don't think that they have succeeded yet for a good amount of skills in this game.
Yeah, if we take that general concept and apply it to what's happened with Druid here, so you know they nerfed the Unstoppable on Grizzly Rage. That was one of the only real class-specific nerfs that we got. We got, you know, larger nerfs like cooldown reduction, but we got that one. Turned out not to be that big of a deal, honestly. Most of the builds are pretty much right where they were before. The stuff that was seriously underperforming, companions, rabies, not touch at all, nothing. They fixed one bug on rabies that said if you were literally on the butt of an enemy, you wouldn't do any damage. You wouldn't do any damage anyway, even if the damage went off, because it doesn't do any damage, doesn't matter. They fixed one for tornado that actually makes it stronger. Great, cool. Tornado's even stronger. Awesome. The only thing that they really did that feels like maybe a build will come out of it, for me at least, was Cataclysm got a number of things, including potentially some benefits from the hearts. And then they had that interesting legendary aspect that they added, where if you do Poison Creeper, you get Trample. I'm like, well, that's cool for leveling, but I don't see that going anywhere. So yeah, I think Druid's in a kind of a similar situation to where I really wanted to see Rabies become viable. I wanted to see Companions become viable, and they're just not. I wish they would. I'm fine with nerfs. I've always been fine with nerfs, but let's also buff the stuff that's underperforming so people have new cool things to test out and new cool ways of playing the game that they weren't able to before. That's where I guess Macro and I are seeing a big miss here.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like there are such clear problem skills, and for whatever reason, they just were untouched. And I'm like,
I mean,
really?
for
Is there like
Necro,
data supporting?
yeah, I think we have exactly one core skill that we don't even list on any of our tier lists.
Yeah,
on
Blood
Maxo, right?
Surge. Yeah, Blood Surge.
No, Blood Surge
Because
is listed. No, Blood Surge is listed. We don't have a guide for it, I think, but I think it's listed. Do you guys know which one I mean?
No, we have for a core skill. No, we have
Yeah.
all of them.
No, I mean not
have
just talking about your class.
Oh, okay. What core skill is completely unlisted?
Yeah, chat knows. Yeah, it's Incinerate. You know, what about Incinerate, man? I think that kind of brings us back to like this whole discussion about offensive stats and crits and all that stuff, right? There's actually Incinerate on the Sorg, and that's just not a build, right? It's just like I've never heard of an Incinerate build. I've never seen an Incinerate build. I've never heard anyone ask about Incinerate build. Like it just doesn't exist, right? Does anyone play Incinerate, guys? Like,
well, hold on. There's the ultra rare item, and that gives ranks to Incinerate, right? Like that burning guy and that weird like little triangle on the way to one of the dungeons. Doesn't that like super rare monster drop Incinerate gloves? Or am I
you
crazy?
mean the guy next to Whispering Pines? You mean the gloves? Yeah, sure. Like,
Yeah.
Wow.
So
yeah.
it's got to be a build. There's an item for it. There's an item that gives you core skill ranks on gloves.
Well, has anyone tested it with all the new Sork buffs? Maybe it works now.
Wait, what did they buff about Incinerate?
I mean, Sork got just a ton of buffs, right? So it should be maybe good. I don't know. Just
Oh yeah, your barrier on us.
We need like a real life /S to be able
Did
to
that not come off as sarcasm? My apologies.
You're far too sincere, McFluffin. That's the problem.
I mean, okay, to be fair, yeah, they nerfed all the crits, which Incinerate was not affected by. They nerfed Devouring Blaze that gave you more crit, which Incinerate is not affected by. So maybe Incinerate is actually a thing now, you know, somewhere down in like F tier, I guess. So maybe it's like on the radar
watching
now.
Right now.
Yeah, maybe it's on the radar now.
Northy is watching right now and just punched his screen. It's like, how dare you?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like kind of like it brings us back to this topic of like damage scaling and like how generally like dots are just kind of like weak. I feel like we have this problem with Rabies that McFluffin described. We have Incinerate, like all this kind of dot stuff. I think Blizzard as well, right? Blizzard is only good because ice spikes exist and they can crit, right? But you know, like basically any kind of dot build is just kind of like useless. There's like one exception that comes to my mind, which is like the poison imbue stuff on Rogue, but even that is based on crits. You have to crit for the poison imbue to actually deal good damage, and so it's still kind of like, yeah, like dot builds just kind of feel like they're like left behind somewhere in like the development of the game's like damage systems, and something like Incinerate. Like I'm personally not a fan of Incinerate at all. I don't want to stand still and channel anything, but the fact that there is a core skill that may as well just not exist in the game. The only reason for it to exist is to make your life harder trying to roll a glove. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, why is that not being addressed? Why is there nothing done for something like that, right? So where does it leave us?
Hold on real quick, because Necromancer dot builds only exist because Shadow Blight has a damage instance that can crit.
Yeah, there you go.
Does every dot skill in this game only work because it has a secondary effect that can crit?
Well, I tried.
Is that true?
I tried really hard. Yeah, the other day I tried really hard to do a poison trap build on the rogue, which is like, you know, the one non-core skill option you have. You know, it's like the only skill that does damage on the rogue. That is not a core skill, basically. And, well, I guess for Necromancer standards, it would actually be pretty successful. I was able to clear an 82. Very, 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 very slowly. But I did it. Because I was like going in, waiting for my 30-second cooldowns, popping like 8 poison traps, and then like very slowly taking the monsters to death with like a 20-second poison. Yeah, it was not feeling good compared to what you can do otherwise on a rogue. But yeah, there's no crits involved at least.
And what's interesting is that. So sorry, go ahead, Dai.
And just to clarify, when we mean, I think when he means, poison to be on a rogue, we're discounting bursting venoms because that is a bug. So we're not including that in this discussion for, overarching, overtime damage, because that's a whole different topic, right? So I just want to make sure I clarify that, because I'm pretty sure even if someone was like watching the podcast, was like, oh my god, rogue poison is broken, and then you see everyone like linking all these Lilith, kills or whatnot, and it's like that's different.
That's different.
That way, yeah. But go ahead, Macro. I'm sorry.
It's the interesting part about dot builds typically, and I can only speak from Neko here, is that their only way of scaling damage was vulnerability, since they can't crit, right? You lost that whole damage bucket. So they're also like disproportionately negatively impacted by the vulnerability reduction on stats. Like they have just lost part of their one toolkit for being able to increase their damage. That was interesting. I mean, like I thought about that while looking at shadow builds across the board. And I like, for people who didn't see, I basically tried to go through like every single like patch change and try to put a number to how much it negatively impacted or buffed individual builds like across the Necromancer, just to come up with like an arbitrary number. And luckily, the different shadow builds that exist, so Blight, Sever, Infinimist, and then like any hybrid with Shadow, came out ahead because they had given us a couple additional tools. But those vulnerability changes to them were like a massive negative detractor from their overall efficiency. And I wonder how many people have looked at like other dot builds, like Firewall is a dot, right? Firewall does damage over time. I wonder how that affects other dot builds as well outside of the Necro, where we can at least like still scale off of crit based off of how our key passive works. But even that's just like not actually being a dot, like in any way, shape, or form. It's applying a timer until I do my big crit damage, which is
exactly.
Which is
it's kind of like, I feel like what I talked about earlier, right? If there was like stuff like vulnerable, stuff like crit that opens up more build scaling options, maybe down the line there would be something like this, and maybe you could actually make like a viable dot only build because of such a mechanic, right? That doesn't rely on this like second mechanic that actually crits and that actually does the damage, right? It's exactly what I just mentioned with Blizzard and the ice spikes. Maybe eventually we could make a Blizzard build that is not ice spikes, right? Maybe we could eventually make some Blight build that does not have Shadow Blight or not rely on Shadow Blight at the very least as its main damage source. So this is kind of like what I'm getting at, that we should have, that does not exist right now. And everything, like, maybe people might say now, oh, just make dots crit, this is how it works in other games like WoW, and I'm like, no, I don't really want that, honestly. I don't want to scale my damage with exactly the same way that I scale any other build when I play such a completely different build, right? I want to play a dot build and have kind of like a dot feel to it, so to say, right? I want to have dot stats, I want to have dot, kind of synergies or something like that. I want to like try to find the puzzle pieces that holds it together, that are not exactly the same puzzle pieces that I use for every other build, right? So this is kind of like the interesting part of making a build and like putting it together and like putting it to use. And kind of like when you play it, while technically it doesn't matter if like how I defeat the enemy as long as I have the same playstyle, right? But on the other hand, like in the back of my head, I feel like the build works this way and I like it working that way, or I don't like it working that way, right? So this is kind of like what goes on there in the background that is also important, I feel, at least in the ARPG, where like theory crafting, making a build and all that stuff is kind of like a major part of the gameplay loop, I'd say, right? Adjustments to your build, tweaking it and figuring things out. At least for me personally. I guess a lot of other people are also like that. They just don't look at guides and just do their own thing, right? And they're just like, try whatever works and they have fun. And this is just how the game is supposed to work, I feel. But it doesn't with stuff like crits and dots.
Yeah, I think this is a big missing part of Diablo 4 gameplay, and I do think it's a somewhat of a like as a problem they created. So even let's say dots crit, you let them crit. Druids, for example, are still going to do instant poisoning damage because Blurred Beast aspect and Changeling Debts aspect both exist, and they are both straight multipliers of the damage that you put on. Changeling can go up to like 300%, and then it double dips. So as does Blurred Beast. So why would I ever play a straight dot build when I can just put the dots on and then multiply it by like 1,000% by going and dashing into it a few times, one time, and then do it again and do it again? There's just no reason ever to play a straight dot build. I will be only nerfing myself if I do that, and that's a problem with those aspects existing in the first place.
Well, I mean, if the aspects were nerfed to like deal 10% instead of 150% of their dots, then maybe this would be like some option, right? Where it's just like a misbalance problem, I think. It's like, we also see the shreds as being like way too powerful, right? With partly a bug, I believe, because of the double dipping, but also...
There is a bug. Even if the bug wasn't there, though, it still wouldn't change the fact that I should always use Blurred Beast. Or I should always use Changeling's Dat.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, maybe if the numbers were just smaller and like somewhere in the range where you can use it, but you don't have to. Like you can make like an actual rabies kind of poison shred, whatever kind of build, right? And just dot stuff to death. And maybe you can use that changing stats to actually like just finish off. Right? It's like a finisher, like an execute. Like you have enough poison on the target, and then like boom, you execute and move on. Kind of like Rupture works on the barb or so. But yeah, right now this is not really a thing, right? It's just like you have to abuse this like double dipping and just like, stack up the poisons and then just kill the target with normal hits kind of thing. And there's no dot option, right? So same problem.
Yeah, why doesn't it multiply actual dot damage instead? Like why don't let's say I dash into it, now it applies double the poisoning damage on it, not an instant, and just double the poisoning damage is now on the target. Like keep doing that, keep putting poisoning on. Now it's an actual dot build. But that's not how they made them. I don't know about the other classes, but I feel like it sounds like it's pretty much most classes do something like this with dots, where it's like, well, you got to do something instant with crits with your dots, or else there's no other way to scale it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I see that in chat people are linking there's like some news, some little tweet from Adam Fletcher about the capstones.
Bring it up. We got to know.
Yeah, they said they removed the level requirement for World Tier 3 and 4 that they just added in this patch. So that didn't last very long, I guess. So in case you weren't aware, there was like a hidden change. I think it was not in patch notes, right? That made it so that you cannot go into capstone dungeons at level 1, for example, if you get boosted. And now they reported that. So this is kind of good. I can just throw it in here real quick. Anyway.
That's quick.
Yeah, this was just in the middle of the discussion now, so I didn't want to interrupt with that too much.
I think good.
Was Macro talking? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like to touch on the concept of dots, just like one last time, because the more and more you think about it, just kind of the more confusing it becomes. It was like very obvious that they went, well, like some of these things can happen in an area, so we don't want it to be too powerful because it can trigger off of everything in the area. And since you're technically doing AoE damage, it also needs to be more in line with like the rest of the damage, and that's fine. But when you look at what the damage numbers get up to on the majority of dots, they end up just being the base skill damage that you could do with an instantaneous ability, with some very small upsides that can be abused in very, very specific builds that get to be a niche. And I don't think that that's like enough of a reason to lower the power to the point where the actual damage that they do is just like so inconsequential. Like it just does not matter because they don't scale with the vast majority of stuff in the game. So ultimately it's just like you do vulnerable kind of, and then I sit there and I like watch the monster die for 8 seconds straight. And sometimes it's not even enough to like actually kill them. So I have to like sit there and do it again, when I could just use a skill that does the same amount of damage, but instantaneously that also crits and does vulnerable. It's just, it seems like they're wildly undertuned for fear of them overperforming in a way that I've never seen them overperform. So I don't know where like that approach to trying to keep them in check really comes from, but it's very obvious that they have a huge concern that it might like blow out of proportion very easily. I just don't know what those damage numbers could look like where that would ever be the case.
Yeah. I think that we just have to like wait for like some actual like long-term solution, I guess. It's like one of these other problems like vulnerable, right? Where stuff kind of works a certain way, and yeah, they probably had like some good ideas when they started implementing these kind of features into the game, like long ago in the development cycle. And now like the reality just turns out not really optimal, at least, I guess. And maybe gonna see some like tweaks to like how these systems work in the long term. So that would probably be like the optimal solution here. I think that, you know, these band-aid fixes that we got now, of like, for example, vulnerable nerf, crit nerf, kind of helps top builds to shine a little bit more. You know, like technically it lost less than like crit builds lost, at least. So there's that, I guess. But it's still not really enough, and not really like interesting enough as well, with like all these like crit mechanics still being like in the background of most of these dots, right? But yeah. Is there any other like opinions on like class balance? Any topic that we want to discuss here?
I guess just like a quick round table. Do you think that they succeeded in balancing the classes with this patch? Do you think it was a success at doing that? Because I don't think it was enough.
No.
No.
My opinion is no.
Yeah, so like the thing is that they mentioned it on their live stream a little bit back, and they also mentioned it in the patch notes, in the developer thoughts section and whatnot, that they know that there's things in certain classes that just mechanically just doesn't perform well, like period. They mentioned basic attacks being one of them, like, you know, just like they just need a change, like a just a different tuning period. So all they did this time was just decided to, well, we know there are bigger problems, right? But we're going to just throw some numbers at it because that's the quickest way to try to incentivize other things before they go in and they mechanically rework the actual problem. So my answer is no, because obviously things mechanically needs rework, and they didn't touch that, and they said that they weren't going to touch it this patch. So all they did was just try to say, well, until those are fixed, we're gonna, you know, throw some numbers this way as something. So maybe you want to try that for the season or something like that. Maybe a heart might make whatever it is that we're gonna fix mechanically later a little useful or something. It's almost like to kind of hold you over in a sense. So I don't think they really accomplished that, to be honest with you. But
what do you think,
Yeah,
Woody?
I think Fluffin wanted to say. Okay. Well, okay. Like, I think that the class balance is probably like the first patch where class balance has become worse than instead of better. Like, I feel like generally, like from what we've seen from like, you know, the open beta to the server slam to launch, I think they generally made like lots of pretty good decisions in terms of balancing. And of course, you know, the game still launched, and there was like a lot of broken builds, a lot of overpowered builds, a lot of underpowered builds. It's kind of expected, you know, it's like a massive game, there's many options, and I wouldn't really expect to get it like everything right, you know, no one does that. So it's fine that stuff is not perfect in a sense, but generally they were moving towards a better spot, I feel, with every single patch, besides this one. So while some things have improved, like the inter-class balance, for example, so they kind of like try to break up this, you know, this quadruple defensive skill, devouring blaze kind of meta on the Sorc, for example, right? Where you need to have your Frost Nova for the aspect of control, you need to have your Mobilize for the aspect of control, like second proc, and then need to have the Immobilize for the devouring blaze. So now these things are like less mandatory and potentially open up more build options, or like, you know, more scaling options, because it's not so required to have these effects active. So this is like really the good part about this patch. But on the other hand, they did not compensate for those major nerfs that for example, the Sorc has received, or other classes or other builds have received, right? So they didn't really add enough. Like they tried a little bit, they added a bit of defense here from like some of the passives. They made this like one passive on the Sorc work for mastery skills instead of just core skills, blah, blah. So yeah, kind of like small little drops basically everywhere. But it's just like, yeah, the Sorc in particular has lost a lot of power with not really anything inside besides maybe some cool hearts that they're getting from the season theme. So it seems like some of the hearts on Sorc are definitely more powerful than the average. Maybe that is like kind of like the short-term solution here, and people are overlooking that a little bit. That some of them can be really powerful effects, I believe, and that kind of like potentially bring up new builds and bring up Sorc in general, depending on how exactly they work. So this may actually turn out not as bad as everyone, makes it out to be with like, the doom and gloom scenario right now. And we'll see, I guess, post-launch. But yeah, for now, I guess it kind of like killed the vibe, especially for the Sorc players. And they should have done this maybe at a later point, even acknowledging that, okay, we have this problem of lack of build diversity or lack of build options with, Devouring Blaze being so mandatory, with Aspect of Control being so mandatory. We know that this is a problem and we're going to fix it. But don't just nerf it and leave them with nothing, right? So this is basically what happened, and this is why everyone is so upset. So yeah, that's just the problem, basically. The nerf itself is not the problem. The problem is like the lack of anything else, basically.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail absolutely on the head with they make a nerf, they don't compensate for it when that nerf is going to overly affect a build. My favorite thing in the patch notes was the developer note for Hammer of the Ancients bug fix, which says, "We recognize this adjustment is a significant decrease to the Hammer of the Ancients barbarian build, but we do not want its strength to be reliant on the underlying bug." There's supposed to be another sentence after that says, "We have buffed it by X to compensate for this." That doesn't exist. Why doesn't that exist? And that's pretty much throughout the patch notes, where they fix these bugs or they nerf these things like across the board, and then there should be something else that goes on in here, and it just never seems to happen. So I think that's where they missed.
Yeah, absolutely agree on that. Well, I guess that brings us also to the next topic. I already mentioned this, the hearts and the season theme. So let's talk about that a little bit here. I guess we have talked a lot about the defensive, the offensive nerfs, etc., the class balance. And well, now that we have looked at the hearts, they actually released all of the information for the 32 different hearts. Some of them actually look very interesting in my opinion. And I'm actually generally extremely excited to try them out, and already kind of feeling like, this, yeah, man, we're probably going to have these insane builds and then they're going to be gone at some point again. So it feels bad, man. Because I imagine some of them are just going to be really awesome to play with. And let's see what comes out of that. But yeah, what about your impressions about the hearts?
So initially when I first saw them, and as you guys know, that I did a gameplay guide season thing for Diablo's official channel, so I had an idea. I got to look at all of that before most people did. I knew like about a month ahead of time what these were. But
you didn't tell us. That's messed up, Doug. Honestly, like we're your friends.
Crazy.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we were trying to scrape together those little pieces from the live stream, and like this one screenshot.
Yeah, we're sitting there like literally being, hold on, stop the frame. You can see it for 1 second. DiEoxide's over here like, nah, that heart ain't even that good, dog. It's not that good. Don't worry about it.
No, but it's like so. But is it me, or do these feel like these were extremely like inspired from Diablo 3 legendary gems? They are almost exactly like that with some flavor. And I don't have a problem with that, but it's one of those things where it's like I saw that and I'm like, these are like, and the slots that they go in, like, both rings and the amulet is legit legendary gems from Diablo 3. So we know exactly where the inspiration came from, and it probably went that route because it was the easiest way to kind of get a quick season off the ground, and it's like, oh, well, we don't have to really, put too much creative thought into it. We can just make something that's already there better, which is what they did. I actually do like the hearts. I'm not trying to down the hearts by any means. But like when I first saw that was like my first impression of it. It's like, oh yeah, these are definitely Diablo 3 legendary gems, on steroids, of course. But I do. I like the hearts. I really want to know how they scale. They don't really mention like like what part of the hearts actually scale, right? So like you can look at a heart and you can be like, is the duration the scale, or is it the damage the scale? Is it the like, because I mean everything is based off of level 20. It's like, it's they say these are all stats based off of level 20. So I'm like, I would love to know and be able to theory craft it ahead of time. Be like, okay, well, this could be good because if this part of it scales, it's awesome. If this part of it scales instead, it's trash. So it's kind of like I wish I knew more, but I genuinely like the way that we have to get the hearts. I like the the tunnels. I like to be the like the crafting idea. I like the breaking down of it. I like what they did with it overall, and so I'm pretty excited too for those hearts for the season.
I agree with all of that. I really like that it is like it's nestled inside of new content, and that is one of the things that the game like desperately needs is like the ability to go do other things to get different types of rewards. Obviously, this one is very specific, and I like that as well. I think that the hearts are super cool. They're kind of asking the question like, how ridiculous could an aspect be and still be in the game, and what kind of impact can that have on it? There's a necromancer one that says, as I walk by corpses, it just casts a random one of my corpse skills. How the hell does that work? Does it use my cooldown? It's gotta, right? There's no way it doesn't. But then it's like, oh, okay, do I want to use this one, or do I never want to trigger it? Like it legitimately makes you ask the question, should I change my build to incorporate them? And I think that's very cool. So that's like that's very interesting. They also answer the question, like, what if your curse was an aura as opposed to a thing that you cast on something, at least for decrep? I think that that's also really cool. I definitely think there's basically going to be like 3 hearts that every build uses, kind of no matter what. Maybe you swap out like 1 or 2, and those are going to be the best ones. That's just kind of how meta develops, right? I don't think every single heart on this list has a legitimate use case. But that being said, I do think that they're cool enough, and it's interesting enough content. The downside is like, man, when I get that perfect ring with crit chance and maximum essence and crit and vulnerable, and it has the wrong socket color. Yo, what up, cat? McFluffin's got a cat, apparently. When I get that perfect ring and it has the wrong socket color, is going to be like the first time I smash my Xbox controller like into the ground, because unless every single heart that you end up using is one of the wrathful ones, you got to have the right socket color. So like, it's not going to be that ridiculous, right? Like you have 3 different options. You could just put the one that you do have the right color in that socket, and then put your wrathful where you can't fit it. It's not going to be that difficult, but I know it's going to happen, and I'm just like I'm already bored with the rage posts of like almost perfect wrong color, and it's going to be like a ring with like decent rolls on it. So I'm looking forward to that meme in general. But I do think that the hearts are really cool. I think having a new NPC, a new quest line is very cool. Having a new boss is very cool. And I hope that they basically do double that for every season. Like double whatever this is every time that we go into a new season, once they get out of this little, I don't want to call what we've been playing a beta, but once we get to the point where the developers are reacting in real time and innovating in real time, as opposed to the content that they had already made prior to the game releasing. So that's what I'm excited for. Mostly what this means for future seasons, because I think that this one is definitely cool enough to be a theme.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect summary of this to me. Do what you did, but double it. That man, you couldn't have worded that any better.
That is a very dangerous statement, man. If you look back at Diablo 3, so.
Wait, did Diablo 3 double it?
They doubled everything many times.
Yeah,
No. I don't mean the numbers. That's not what I mean. I mean the content. Double the content.
Okay, double the content.
Be clear here. I'm not looking for trillions of damage or quadrillions of damage here.
Okay.
I do think that there's some interesting stuff here for sure. I like that they're adding actual content. That is something that I don't recall Diablo 3 doing much of. So that's probably what they were hinting at with a larger than Diablo 3. The hearts are cool. I wish they didn't take the same slot as the gems when they just nerfed a bunch of stuff, and now we can't have armor either. That's kind of weird. But they are pretty cool. There's some really interesting ones in there. the first season being this is, I think that's the biggest issue. The first season just being this much content. I know they're trying to be like, oh guys, this is going to be the small one, but man, this is the one where you're trying to show people what you can do. That's going to be the thing that's going to hang over it, even if this is pretty good stuff. It's going to be hard for them to shake that until season 2 comes around. But there's definitely some stuff that I'm looking forward to experimenting with, and I'm low key kind of hoping that the content's a little bit deeper or longer or lasts longer than it looks like. Maybe that boss fight, even if it's not an Uber Lilith type fight. I know there's supposed to be like a special version of it. We looked at the challenges, and there's a special version of it. Maybe that'll be fairly challenging, kind of capstone type stuff. That would be nice. So some of it is kind of like, we'll see. Maybe there's a little more going on here than it looks like. Yeah, it's not the worst thing, but hopefully they double it in season 2.
Yeah, I agree with what Fluffin said mostly. Like, I think the season theme is okay to get started. I feel like there's still like, the game is still very fresh. There's still like a lot of stuff to do in general, at least for me, from my perspective. I'm like, I want to try like 1,000 different builds, even without a season theme. So having a kind of like small season theme for me personally doesn't really matter. And it still adds, something new, and it still adds like some kind of new dynamic. It adds like the new builds that you can try with the hearts. I think that's okay-ish. I guess a lot of people, might have wanted like bigger changes for the start, but realistically it's like right after launch and all that stuff. I can kind of understand like not having like such a major like slam dunk basically right at the start, because they were busy with a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, and to like expand upon that too as well. I mean, they were developing this season alongside of like before launch. Like all this was well into works months ago, right? And with that being said, let's look at how many other games that has a season a month and a half after launch. Like, how many games do you know? Period. Not just like just action RPGs, but in general, how many games do you know have like a season as a seasonal content that's period a month and a half after launch? Usually is about maybe 5-6 months into the base game before something really gets added. So I'm not saying that this is like the best theme ever. I'm not saying they couldn't have did more. What I am saying is that, considering the time frame that that they were able to do this in, I wasn't really expecting some massive season a month and a half after launch, especially since there's a lot of bugs for them they need to fix and a lot of things they need to take care of first. But yeah, I mean, season 2 and season 3 are practically already in the works and have been in the works for some time too as well. And they got teams rotating, out these seasons, like almost just like how Call of Duty does for or have done for their game releases. So they got different teams rotating seasons out, right? So like they're really serious about this seasonal content thing. So I think it's actually totally okay to have a smaller season theme this time around, because I'm pretty sure after season 1 we're gonna really get into to some major themes coming ahead.
Yeah, I really wonder if they're gonna like preview season 2 like extraordinarily early to kind of like bring back a little of hype and bring back like this sentiment of like, yeah, like now the launch is gone, now the first season is out, and we actually have time to breathe, we have time to make like large stuff, like large season theme, compared to like this very small thing that we did now for season 1. I wonder if they kind of like come out in like a month from now and already like do like a little preview, or like 6 weeks from now or something like that, maximum, where it's like we're still way ahead of time, and they just say, hey, this is what we're doing, like a little teaser at least or something like that, and just kind of like show off something really big there to kind of like turn it around a bit. I'd be quite excited to see that. But yeah, I would definitely expect that now post season 1 at the release, we're gonna get bigger seasons. They really kind of have to deliver on that, I think, to kind of keep people interested. But yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, they don't really said much about that, right? We don't have any info about season 2 or something like that. We just know that a few of the tweaks are coming, like the the material gem thing and these kind of things, right? But they didn't really say anything about the content. So
yeah, that's true. I mean, they did mention that at least in the live streams, that a lot of things that we were complaining about that we want or would like to see in the game's quality of life is the next patch. So they said that in like the live dev stream before this patch came out. And I think sometimes I think people kind of misunderstood when we didn't see as many quality of life changes come this patch, but they legit did say it like whether I agree with it or not is totally irrelevant, right? But I'm just going off of what they said. It's like, we hear you, we hear the things that you want. Just understand that season 1 is already done in the works kind of thing. So you're probably not going to see those things that you're looking for until the next patch. So I guess assume that season 2 would just be considerably larger because of that, because that's where they're going to put all those things that we've been either complaining about or asking for, or etc.
Yeah, I have like. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
I wanted to piggyback off that concept real quick. The idea that like they have been very open about communicating and trying to set expectations, which is like one of the things I was most happy about. They're like, hey, we legit won't look at that until season 2. Like, that's what we got for you. What I find interesting is that I think that this is the most I've ever been communicated to for any Blizzard game ever. Realistically, any video game ever that I've personally played. I've never had this much like transparency with what's going on under the hood, and the developers being willing to communicate that. The flip side of it, though, is that like all we got about this patch is that it was a big chunky patch coming for season 1. They could have blunted the blow of this patch. Like, they could have communicated at least part of what their intents were with this patch at all, and I think it would have gone over a lot better, or at the very least we would have been able to prepare for it a lot better. And I'm seeing this like this weird dichotomy of simultaneous, like we are getting a campfire chat this Friday to talk about literally people's response to this patch. It turns out that a lot of developers don't sit down and do a whole, for all intents and purposes, a whole podcast to literally answer the current thing that the community is talking about on a live stream. That doesn't happen. Like you can point to me to like small teams that do that different places. That's awesome. That was never my experience playing a video game. Simultaneously, though, we're like, oh, we're getting this big balance patch before season 1. All of us generally have pain points that we're hoping will get addressed. And the thing that they put in was like this big systemic change to like the overall power scale of characters. We could have gotten a little bit of that. We like, if they knew it was going to drop, it's not like they weren't putting it into the game, right? Like they're going to have to deal with the repercussions of the patch regardless. Like, again, I personally think bringing down the power level makes sense. I also agree that everybody got blindsided by the patch in its entirety, and they're doing like such a good job of communicating some things and then like not communicating other things, and I just don't know why. Like I don't understand why it's not just like 80% effort, but across both scales. Like, tell us what's coming and also tell us to like how to manage our expectations. You can do both, and I think it would just help in a long run in general.
Yeah, I
guess
totally agree with.
Makes less interesting content. We don't get to just scream about it, I guess. But like, yeah.
I totally agree with the spotty nature. I agree also that I didn't expect Blizzard to communicate this much, and they do need to just, I think, improve on it. And I think one of the things that really stood out for me is, so they went through this period where they did all these patches where everything got nerfed, and then they're like, okay, we're gonna do a buff patch because we realize y'all don't like just getting nerfed. Like, that doesn't seem to be fun for you. So they do this big, it wasn't even a big buff patch. They do a patch where they just buff things. Then the very next patch, this one, it feels like it's all nerfs again. It's like it seems like you learned that people don't only want nerfs and that you can like soften that blow with buffs, and then you go back and do almost the exact same thing again. So there's, I don't know where the disconnect is there, and there are times that I watch those when I watch the dev streams, like, yes, they did exactly what they should have done when they explained the nightmare dungeon XP change and then the teleport stuff. Like, that's exactly what you did, exactly what the community asked for, and you communicated to us in a way that made it very clear what you're going to do, and everyone's super stoked. And then it's like, hey guys, what about like search bars in our stash and more stash tabs? And it's like, you can't get an answer out of them. We're looking into it for the future. Like, bro, it's not that hard to put stash tabs in. Like, this is not that challenging. So I don't know I don't know why there's I don't know what's going on there. Like, if maybe the community stuff, and they're worried about people getting mad, so they tell them not to say certain things. But when they're honest, it just feels like they always win. And when they kind of don't tell you things and then hit you blindside, they seem to always lose.
Yeah, I think on Friday there's not a really low chance of them just like coming out and saying, and then we doubled it, meaning the stash space. So I think that that would be.
I hope so. Man, I hope so.
I mean, that would actually be,
Big win.
I mean, it's something extremely simple for how much of an effect it will have. That that's for sure. I think so. I think that could be considered a pretty major win, despite everything, nerfs and everything. Like this is kind of like a really hot topic, right? So
correct me if I'm wrong, but like I remember they were talking about it, and again, different technology, different infrastructure, or a different tech basically than in Diablo 3. But I remember this question was asked about stash space in Diablo 3, and they mentioned something about just like your storage is tied to the server, like how much room they actually have to be able to store your stuff in the actual server, and like there's only but so much room per se.
Yeah,
that's why
I don't think this is a good argument.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's a good argument. I'm just saying like I'm wondering if that's the reason why it's taking them so long to add more stash space. Like it may be more complicated than I guess we know. So I'm not saying don't double the stash space. I want that too. Don't get me wrong. I'm on board with that. I'm just wondering, to myself, because of course it's one of those things where they dodge the question for something that sounds so simple, but why? And like when you look back at the previous games, it's like,
yeah,
they said it's pretty difficult. So like
I cannot imagine that they have built Diablo 4 with the same stash limitation that Diablo 3 had. Like they must have understood that people were complaining about stash in Diablo 3, and they had a limited system for whatever reason it was built that way, right? So like 20 years ago. Yeah.
They built Diablo 4 and removed features that worked in previous games. Okay, so
yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what it tells us. Yeah, what it tells us is they made it fresh, right? They didn't take Diablo 3 and made it Diablo 4. They made a fresh game, and this means that they were thinking about how much stash space should we have, how much should we be able to expand it for, in the long term in case we want to, right? So the reason why we have only 4 stashes and very tight space is it's a design choice, right? They decided you should have extremely little space. And this is what they want the game to be. This is not a limitation, not at this stage. I cannot believe that this is a limitation right now. I do believe that they have the option to add more space, and they're kind of like waiting for the right moment, or they're just like, maybe there's like, certain decision makers that want it to be that way, and this is how they envision, the vision basically, right? So maybe this is on purpose.
It's an awful vision. I mean, no one agrees with this. I can't imagine anyone being like, yo, man, we should only give players just enough stash to be able to do 2 builds on 1 character. That's it. Like I can imagine like there's a world or a meeting or something like that where someone thought that was a good idea for the masses, considering how big of a topic it is. So I guess that's the reason why I'm having to ask. Topic. So that's why I have to ask. I'm like, they do this every time, and then they dodge the topic. There has to be something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, well, everyone. Sorry, I want to intervene 1 second. So everyone in chat is just saying they want to sell us the stash space and all that stuff. Like personally, I don't think this is happening. Maybe I'm on Copium, but I don't think this is actually what's going to happen. I think it's going to be more like the D3 route, where we might unlock more stash space, or maybe they're going to say at some point here you can have more stash space, or maybe it's going to do like a rework at some point, and actually have like a full specialized stash where you have sigils and you have I don't know, maybe some special new materials, or maybe just something like the hearts, and they all go into like their own little slots, a bit like how the specialized tabs work in PoE. Maybe this is also like something that's just like an unfinished feature, so to say. Maybe I'm Copium. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, legit, man. Yeah, who knows, right? But yeah, you're right. Like they're just silent about it, and for no reason, right? Why can't they just say something? And maybe they don't say something because what they have to say is so even more unpopular than this. Oh, you don't have stash space, and we're not saying anything, right? So maybe what they have to say is actually like the unpopular opinion, like we want you to not have stash space, So maybe this is like, maybe they are sitting there, we got him real good, So yeah, anyway.
Oh man.
Look, they have they have a big red button and it's behind a glass case and it has 2 keys and you need the president and the CEO. And this is what's happening. We already saw them nerf sorceress into the ground. They've been trying to kill the sorceress since Diablo 2. Remember when we went to Wizard? They hate the sorceress. And with one more patch, they're finally going to be able to remove that character from the selection screen, hoping that everybody will just pretend like it was a figment of their imagination. And when that inevitably causes the riot, those 2 keys go in, they click the button, you get double the stash space, everybody goes home happy.
Win.
The big red button, man. Like for the big emergency.
That's fine.
They're like,
right.
hold on, what happened? Oh my god, get the stash space. Like it's there for them. Yeah, I yell at my chat all the time. I'm like, yo, y'all are just hoarders. I have 6 different builds worth of necromancer gear, and I only have 2 mules, so I don't know what the hell y'all are hoarding. I also want more stash space. Everybody wants more stash space. But the fact that like it's always so cagey about it tells me that there's like a demon that you have to go to and make a pact to put stash space in your game. Because every single game is like, I don't know, man. If you give us $10, we'll give you stash space. Like if you're willing to give me $10 right now, I can afford it. There's gotta be some reason that's like slightly more confusing than we think. That's the only thing that makes sense.
I told you the reason.
Yeah, let's talk about the tech side of it. So I'll talk about Path of Exile in a second, but we'll start with Last Epoch, where they have 200 stash tabs, and there's no cost. I mean, there's gold cost, but there's no in-game cost, and it's server side as well. And it's server authoritative, so it's saved on the server side. Path of Exile also it has to be server side, server authoritative for integrity, or else you can dupe that stuff in a game like PoE where like the economy is huge. That would be horrible. So we know they're server side, and I don't even know how much stat space you can get in that. You know, you have to buy it. Why? Because they want to make money on it. But clearly the servers can handle it because they let people buy hundreds of dollars worth of stash space. So I don't buy that if it's a tech issue, it's a self-inflicted tech issue that doesn't exist for other games.
Yes.
Might be a demon involved though. That's possible, or it could be that Sork thing. I think that makes sense.
So what Macro was actually saying is that the current state of Sork is not bad enough to break the glass and push the red button. So
Yeah,
what are you waiting for exactly? So like, when is the time?
They released the Oculus. The Oculus is absolutely ridiculous to look at. I love that item. Honestly, it's my favorite thing that they added. Because it's so insane that they put 15 ranks of teleport onto an item and then said it randomly shoots you around. But they put in the Oculus. This is going to cause like so many problems server side of like trying to relocate your character in nanosecond reactions when it gets hit by stuff. And they're gonna be like, oh, we had to disable sorceress because the server can't handle the Oculus. We're so sorry. Then they push the red button and then they never turn the sorceress back on. That's what I think happens.
Wait. I know that in Diablo 2 you have a teleport proc on Oculus, right? But in Diablo 4 the Oculus doesn't auto trigger, does it?
Yeah, doesn't it?
No, I think it's just like. Wait, are you serious? No.
Yeah, absolutely, right?
I think it's just like the evade TP and that's it. And yeah, it's like just random. It's like erratic basically. Yeah, it's when you evade.
Oh, it's when you evade it goes to a random location. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I was thinking about Diablo 2. Either way, it's going to be like, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, this is like the automatic, 20 years of Diablo 2.
You guys have to remember, I have a child's worth of time in Diablo 2, and it's been really hard dewiring my brain from that game to rewire it for Diablo 4.
Yeah.
I still love this item though. 15, like look at all these ranks in teleport. That's gotta be good. That's the stupidest number I've ever seen in this game.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna see an application for Oculus, honestly. Even just for the memes. But I think there will be practical applications of it. I think there might be like certain boss fights I can imagine where like this just like random dodging might actually be really beneficial because you can do it all the time or something. I think you also have like a split moment of invincibility while teleporting. Then maybe PvP. I mean, there might be reasons for that item to be used, and I think it's fine that the uniques are like very niche sometimes, right? This is kind of like the purpose of a unique. Like, it should open up something very special that is not just a legendary or something like that. And that's exactly what Oculus does. So while it's really bad, like, sorcerers need a lot of help, like all the nerfs and everything. Like, making the Oculus now as a kind of like a meme item is not really the move, but they did it. Okay, it's done. But it's kind of cool that these items exist, I think. Huh?
I mean, basically most rogue uniques are pretty much memes at the moment anyway. I mean, they're the
necessary.
best. Yeah, it's kind of a weird dynamic. It's like, basically Windforce is like Windforce, and I guess now Eagle Horns are now like my best gold build options in the game because they sell for so much. I don't know why vendors pay so much for a Windforce. Like, what the hell are they getting in return for a Windforce?
They're getting a Windforce, dude. Have you seen that thing?
It's just
a Windforce.
Yeah. The crazy thing about it, like because when Woody was mentioning that, it's supposed to be like build defining or changing something. It's just, I think back to the Rogue, of course, and it's just like, man, every unique I see on the ground that isn't like a helm to be possibly a crest or whatever, it just feels awful to see most of the time. I mean, combinations fine.
I think this is mostly a balancing issue, though. I think that the effects that we have on the uniques are generally kind of like interesting. They're just like too weak most of the time. And part of the nerfs that we have seen, like the defensive nerfs, the offensive nerfs, most of them do not affect uniques, actually. So uniques have kind of like comparatively like won a little bit in this patch for most cases, because all of the good stats that we wanted on our weapons, and like, unique weapons that didn't have vulnerable, that didn't have crit, well, they still don't have it, but now it's not as much of a loss to use that unique, right? And similar with like unique pants, Temerity, for example. Like, everyone always asks, like, is Temerity a good item? Well, the answer is hell no. But actually, now it kind of gained a little bit in value because the normal pants got nerfed. Like, normal pants have less defense now, right? And it's like this, the uniques are kind of like slowly creeping up, and there might be like more of them kind of like creeping into viability for some builds now. So that's kind of.
I can't wait to use a Windforce in 2025, man.
Yeah,
just nerfs coming.
Bro, just like keep a perfect roll 1 in the stash on your eternal character, and then one day you're gonna bust that thing out. You're gonna be like, check the DPS, son. And it's gonna be wild. I do. Okay, so maybe this is like one of the few places where I think the Necromancer kind of excels. I think the majority of the uniques for my class, while none of them really define like an endgame pushing build, they all define very niche and unique either hybridizations or speed farming techniques. I think that's fine for like unique items to have like a whole build around schema or like mechanism where you go, okay, I change out this many things. What does my build now do? Oh, it does this one thing well. Okay, I can use this for that purpose. I don't know. Maybe the rogue got screwed, but I think stuff like Blood Artisan's Curus, I used to like dog on it all the time because I was like, it doesn't say survivability stats. Why the hell would I ever use this? But it's also like, it's an armor that says use Bone Spirit for free sometimes, and that's just like good enough if you're willing to like completely build around it.
It's like a double-edged sword on rogues, right? Because it's like, on one hand, it'd be nice when you see a unique drop that you're actually excited, right? But on the other hand, it's like it makes building a rogue so much easier because there are no uniques that you have to rely on to make a build work. Like, you can literally play all of endgame and not use a single unique if you wanted to. Like, I mean, it supplements what you do, sure, but you don't have to have that unique for your build to function. So so there's two ways to kind of look at that, but like, it's just like I said, awful to feel like to have something where it's like I can open up a new build and no such thing exists, on a rogue when it comes to the uniques itself. But yeah, I didn't mean to like spirit this or turn this into a whole different topic about uniques, but when I heard that, I was just like, oh yeah, we didn't talk about those.
I do want to.
We can keep going with uniques. Yeah,
cool. Because there's a flip side to the whole. There's a build enabling unique. Cool, because I've got like 3 builds now that have, two that have an actual build enabling, so to speak, unique in that. And as soon as players get to endgame and they can't find it and they can't play that build, that sucks. And there's no way to target farm these right now. So this is a big issue with Druid uniques, particularly Tempest Roar, and the Crone staff. If you want to play builds that basically require those, like you can technically play Tornado or Lightning Storm without Tempest Roar, but you probably shouldn't. Or you do play it, but you know you're way less powerful because it's so much different. If we're gonna have uniques that are build enabling, then they should be target farmable, and or some way to get them earlier than, well, you might actually hit level 100 and never see it. I think that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I think it's just like the game is like lacking some sort of target farm system, right? So we have like this monster family, like drop rate stuff, but that's not exactly it when it comes to like getting a unique, right? Then it's like Helltide, where like uniques are just random now because of the Shaco gate. So, you know, like at least Helltide was kind of like advertised as a like target farming system, and now it's just like not that anymore. So it's kind of pointless. And yeah, I think like long term, or not even long term, like actually they should work on that like kind of priority. I think like it's fine to add more uniques, and it's fine that not all of them are necessarily universally useful. It's fine for them to be like mega niche in some cases, like Oculus. I think it's all good as long as, you know, not every single unique is always insta salvage under any circumstance. You know, like Wind Force, for example. Like as long as we don't have Wind Forces, I think we're fine. So it's just that there's no way, like exactly like McFluffin said, to get a certain item you want, really. Like that's really the problem, right? And especially like long term, you're gonna have more and more uniques. Like every single patch, they're gonna introduce probably like another class unique, you know, every single time, you know. And imagine like in a few seasons from now, instead of like, you know, 8 uniques, you have like 15 uniques, you have 20 uniques. I don't know. Like eventually you're gonna have so many uniques, and you're not gonna find those uniques that you're actually looking for your build, because there's other uniques dropping now, and you know, they kind of like dilute the pool of uniques. So this is like something that I see like becoming like a major problem, like very soon actually, right? Especially in the cases of them introducing interesting uniques. Like you mentioned this new Lidless Wall, for example, for the Necromancer. That seems like it actually opens up some new build options, right, that are completely like different, like really cool, and people want to play that. You know, it looks exciting. This like Bone Storm all over the place. And like for me, even as a rogue player, I was like, wow, this actually is something I really want to try on a Necro, even though I'm like not a Necro enjoyer at all. And I'm like, yeah, but then I might just play this class for 100 hours and still be exactly as far away from getting it as I was at level 1, right? So, well, yeah, what's the point, right? If you don't get lucky, you don't get it.
That was my biggest issue, literally just this season. Just in my ability to be able to test things, to be able to like report on them and do bug reports and stuff. I was level 99.5 before I dropped my first unique of a specific item that I needed, the Sight that makes you explode multiple corpses. There needs to be some way to target farm them. I just don't understand. If the monster family thing ends up being true and working, that would be super cool. I'm down with that. That's like very D2 to me. Like, oh, go farm this specific place and it slightly increases your chances. I'm fine to do that. Like, I'm fine with that type of grind. But no joke, I would have people showing up to me like every day and they'd be like, I have 14 of them. What are you doing wrong? And I'm like, I'm killing monsters everywhere. I'm 99.5. I dropped my first one, got it, used it in a single dungeon. No joke, that dungeon's reward was the same item. I used it in a single dungeon. I finished the dungeon, got Black River. I was like, all right, the build I tried is complete trash. This item's trash. That's fine. And then it gave me that as a reward, and it was a lower roll. It was the funniest goddamn thing that's ever happened. So I at least got to have that moment. But yeah, the idea that there's nothing that we can do to actually like legitimately increase the chances of like, oh, you're killing these monsters, maybe you'll get it slightly more often is kind of bananas to me.
Yeah, now you can farm those, you know, monsters that are 5 levels below your character in the open world if you want to target farm something, because you can't target craft the sigils and then actually do the difficulty you want to do. So what kind of target farming system is this that we got, right? So it's just like, yeah, now, like, why would you ever farm these, like, why would you want to target farm or something, right? You can, like, maybe, like, just run all sigils that have that monster type present that maybe drops this one item a bit more often. But yeah, it's kind of like, maybe you increase your like, long-term odds by, like, 5%, you know, in terms of, like, your chances of acquiring that item before a certain level or something. So it's just kind of, like, not functional, I guess. So, bit of a problem. What do you think about the other uniques, by the way? Like we talked about the Littlest Wall a little bit. Like, what do you think about Littlest Wall anyway, macro? Like, as a macro?
Well, this wall is a really interesting thing. The only issue that I've seen based off of like initial testing is it seems like the damage output of the spawned storms aren't. It's like very low damage. It's really hard to say because I don't have my hands on it myself. I think it opens up a bunch of cool things. I don't think it's like nearly as revolutionary as it seemed at first, mostly because the stats on the item itself are like kind of, they're okay. It's attack speed, chance to restore primary resource, but it doesn't have maximum life, so it can't be used on a blood build. I don't mean to poo-poo it. I think it's a very cool item. I think they threaded the needle between like you can use it on minions or you can get a bigger benefit if you're not using it on minions. So all in all, I really like the design space for it. And then once I actually understand mechanically how it works with like damage modifiers and whether or not you can use ultimate shadow. Now I'm talking to 3 people at this point, but when you can use different shadow aspects with it too, and then it opens up different builds. I think it's a very, very cool thing. And I kind of wish that all of the uniques were that. But then I looked at like Azure Wrath, and it like freezes targets and it deals damage to like non-elemental damage. And I'm trying to figure out how a barbarian does non-elemental damage. But hopefully all the classes got like equally cool items.
Yeah, Hellhammer. You can combine 2 uniques there. And then you have like a fire dot on the ground. It's very powerful. Trust me. I've played upheaval lately.
It has additive 23 non-physical damage. That is a wild thing. They like the Necromancer has this like pseudo sub theme of being cold damage, but no real ways to activate it legitimately or to do cold damage. And this sword just kind of sounds very similar, where it's like you freeze enemies and we give you some small additive elemental damage.
I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of putting these like kind of suboptimal flavor kind of stats on these uniques though. Like technically it makes the uniques not as good as it could be because it could be a better stat, but practically they can, just change a few numbers on any unique and just make it as powerful as they want, right? They don't need to have good stats on the unique for the unique to be good, right? So, for example, Gore's Devastating Grass has attack speed. Everyone knows attack speed does nothing for Whirlwind. And there is still attack speed on an item. And basically what it does is that it kind of like adds still a different feel to playing that build. Like, for example, if you don't just Whirlwind, but you actually, for example, you want to stack up your basic attacks for Expectant and, like snapshot the buffs for your Whirlwind, that actually gets done faster now, and it kind of like adds the fluidity of the gameplay. Even though attack speed itself is useless, right? They can just compensate for the uselessness of that stat by just buffing the item itself. And the same thing with Azure Wrath, right? It has non-physical damage, which is like a completely dead stat. But you can just buff the effect, They can just make the effect like 10% stronger if you want, and that's it. Like, it doesn't need to have a good stat. And personally, I really like that, actually, that these uniques have terrible stats. Like, they just need to be, good enough to actually be useful. That's the problem. Like, they're just undertuned in general. Like, the bad stats are not the problem. The problem is that they're just undertuned. They can just tweak the numbers and make them good anyway, despite having those stats that are flavor mostly.
The other thing I need to remember is that we're talking about the Barbarian, so even it doesn't matter. This stat could say nothing. Now when they hit you with your two-handed sword, they can freeze you and deal freeze damage. I forgot that you don't need to use the weapon on that class. That actually makes it a lot cooler to me, I think, now that I remember that we're talking about barbarians and not other classes. Because like you could just toss this into one of your dual wield hands, and now your core skills with your other weapons also gain the ability to do the freeze. That is legitimately cooler than I was giving it credit for.
Yeah, it is definitely making Azure Wrath not such a bad option. I'm not really sure if I really want to use it, but I guess Barbs have so many offensive slots that they can just kind of like throw it in there in many builds, and it kind of doesn't matter that you lose like a tiny offensive power that is like your 7th best offensive power or something like that, right? And then you suddenly have a lot more CC. What I think kind of strange is that, especially with those Barb uniques, like playing a Barb lately, like none of these uniques actually require you to use those weapons besides like Ramladni's Magnum Opus, I think, and that's it. Like I would actually enjoy if like you have this unique weapon and you actually want to use that weapon for your build, right? It kind of like, you know, like this is kind of like how you make that build. And Ramladni's does that well, but you know, something like Hellhammer has like this, you know, upheaval effect. It's terrible. Like no one would ever use that basically, even if they play upheaval, which no one does. So the bottom line is it doesn't require you to use that weapon with the unique that is designed for it. And that is really strange in my opinion. Like, you know, like for example on Rogue, it's done much better because you have the unique bows, for example, and they require you to use that bow to really benefit from it. Well, technically not really for Sky Hunter, but practically you would not use a Sky Hunter just as a stat stick for a melee build. So this is kind of solved that way, I guess. Or you wouldn't use a Sky Hunter anyway, I guess. But anyway, it's just that on the Rogue, like with Wind Force, for example, you need to use the Wind Force to actually knock back targets, and this is not the same on Barbs, and I feel like it should be used, you know, the Azarath should be used as your main attack weapon so that you get this effect. But maybe that's just me.
I mean, I agree. I think I don't know if I'm like fully on board with uniques having, I guess, random stats. I mean, I would like to see them have stats that aren't common in other places, but as long as it supplements the playstyle that they were trying to go for, in a sense, like for instance, I guess on the Wind Force, I mean, Impetus, I could see where they were going with that, like the Impetus passive, like ranks 2 Impetus passes, which you would not normally see on the weapon. Obviously, you can't get on the weapon, so like that's a unique stat. While it's not a good stat per se, it fits the style of, I guess, what they were trying to go for with the Wind Force, where it's like you're moving a lot, you're relocating a lot. You know, we want you to deal big damage once you do, kind of thing. So I get the thematic of things. So like, if there was more stats like that makes sense to the unique, I'm down for it. But definitely not just random stats, though, for sure. It shouldn't be
random, yeah, of course, you know.
Yeah. But they've definitely played it really safe with uniques, and it almost just, again, I know I brought this up before, but it reminds me of Diablo 3's legendaries towards the beginning, where the majority of legendaries were absolute trash. Before they get some reworks of it, they're just being really careful this time around. Whereas some classes that, you know, for instance, Druid, it's like you have to have it, right? Or you know, in some builds, otherwise your build just doesn't really function at all. So we'll see what they do with that later.
Actually, while we added, so what is your take on, should they just like across the board just buff all unique so that they are generally desirable even for builds that don't necessarily fully play around them, or should they be more niche? And also, would that be good for the game? Like, do you kind of want to be forced to farm up those uniques, basically, kind of like Tempest Raw style?
But that's what I was saying before. I think that's why it's like a double-edged sword for rogues, because it's like, sure, we don't get the next tier of items that are fun or cool for us, but we don't have to. We don't rely on them. You can play the build without it, and do just fine, and do everything really just fine. But at the same time, you know, it's hard for a person, you know, listening to the dev saying, you know, uniques are build-defining items that you want to chase for, and they're not that, or they don't do that for many builds, like on the Rogue, for case scenario. Like most of them are just, you do more damage, maybe conditional, you know, like with Wind Force, there's a slight condition, you know, Sky Hunter, there's a slight condition, but it's just more damage. There's nothing unique about them that makes you go, oh, this entire skill now plays different, or this entire style or whatever.
Sky Hunter? I mean, Sky Hunter is definitely quite build defining, I feel, with like how we actually want to capitalize on the effect in the best way possible, I think. So,
but it's just like, well, like, I guess the way that you want to capitalize it, but it doesn't. I don't know if it really changes the way you like play though. Like if I put this on like a pin shot thing, I'm just gonna do it for speed farming. You know, it's like, okay, well now I can just, you know, crit on the first hit and just destroy everything. But that's what I was gonna do anyways. With or without the Sky Hunter, it's just now I'm guaranteed to crit. You know, I'm not saying that that's not a cooler fix, but when you look at some of the others, it just pales in comparison. It just feels like, okay, I got a guaranteed crit. There's not much more that Theorycraft past that point, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay.
Like so I guess that's just kind of what it is. Combination dagger. Okay, great. I gain 40% more damage to something I'm already doing. All right, it's just like I would have like I said, the saving grace for Rogue is, again, these aren't necessary at all. Like none of them are absolute like necessary at all. And Rogue is just blessed to have all the core abilities work without any of the uniques. I don't know how Blizzard managed that by any means. Like that's wizardry at this point. So all core skills are viable without the need of any uniques. Crazy. But it just would be nice to kind of like get excited when a unique drops as a rogue.
Well, I guess technically
not really complaining, but yeah.
Technically, there's one build enabling unique, which is the Word of Arcane, but Word of Arcane and Rain of Arrows is just like not really like a meta enough build, I guess, for that to really matter, right? But technically, you need to have that amulet, but on the other hand, it's like the most common drop on the entire class. So
that's a really cool, like that's a really cool effect. I actually like that amulet. It's just kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I wonder what like Macro and Fluffin think about this whole topic, like the question I asked earlier.
About the so here's some uniques that I like, and you might notice the theme. I like Mad Wolf's Glee. Mad Wolf's Glee gives movement speed, and it gives skill points while in werewolf form, and it's chest, and it has 1 damage reduction in a slot that normally can take 4. I like Waxing Gibbous. My chat will murder me for saying this because I hated on Waxing Gibbous for weeks and weeks. I said it was terrible. I said it was really overrated. But I found where it's good because it will give you guaranteed crits on things when you're 1 or 2 shotting them, and you get crit from Spirit, and so you can just fly through screens when you're shredding with Waxing Gibbous, and it just makes it even better at what it's already good at. Those 2 things have niche use cases. You use Mad Wolf's Glee and you use Waxing Gibbous for speed farming. They're really good at speed farming. They can't be used everywhere, and you don't need them. If you don't have them, you can still farm. You're just not as good as it. The build still works perfectly fine. It's just a little bit less efficient. And the Waxing Gibbous in particular has a very interesting, unique effect where, okay, you kill something, now you're stealth for 2.5 seconds when you come, or you're stealth, and when you come out of it, you hit something, you get crit for 2.5 seconds guaranteed. That's where I think unique should be. They should never be build defining. They should never be like, oh, you can't really run this very well without it. But they're a little bit better and maybe a little bit cooler than without it. That's where I think they really shine.
My primary fear with uniques, because I think some of them have done a really good job of just being like, do you want to try this niche thing? If yes, here's an item that empowers that. As opposed to something like Hands of Fate, right? Hands of Fate should be a really, really cool unique item because it allows you to do greater than 100% of your base damage. That should be very cool. And then it has 4 lucky hit abilities, which is like insane to me. I don't understand how we got to that point. Or Fists of Fate, sorry, not Hand of Fate, Fists of Fate. Sorry, everybody. I used the wrong synonym for a hand. It's just like not actually an item that you would actively use in any scenario, shape, or form. It's too niche. Like it does something too weird that you can't rely on it. Whereas Blood Artisan's Cuirass is like a very cool item that enables you to do something that your build can't otherwise do. As far like, and that's what I ideally like. It's a niche item that you can use. I don't hate the idea of a build being defined by a unique item because it's like kind of reductive, but every build is ultimately just defined by like the total collection of stats that you need to put on it to make it functional. So everything is defined by every item that you put on it. But I do get the idea of like, you can't play a build until you have this unique item. That was a big issue in Diablo 2. Like you cannot be like an elemental build unless you have infinity in a lot of different scenarios, this rune word that you had to make. And that sucked. And it sucks that like a build literally does not come online until it has this one item. The flip side of it, though, is that you get this huge dopamine rush when you finally do get that thing. And I personally don't know where to draw the line between those two concepts. I think that like the uber unique items should never be build defining because nothing should be locked behind finding something with such a low drop rate. But if they're like a fairly common item that you can expect to find within like 20 to 30 hours of farming, that seems kind of okay to me. I think there's some place where you can be like, hell yeah, I finally dropped it. Now I get to play this awesome version of the build that I want to do. And there should never be a build in the game that doesn't function without it. So maybe that's where I draw the line, which is like all the builds should be functional, kind of returning to that concept. Sorry, apparently the Fast and the Furious 10 is literally outside of my house right now. I
can hear it.
but yeah, you should, dude. I live on a straightaway that's like a really, really clean, straight street, and people are just like, what if we hit a bunch of pedestrians today? It's bananas. Like, you'd think the Autobahn is outside of my house. That being said, I think that uniques need to be very niche. They need to be powerful and interesting, and you are forced to build around them. And as long as that's true and you can get them with some relative amount of, yes, if I farm for this long, I should expect to get one, then we're always going to be in the clear. Like, we're in a good place as far as that's concerned. And then somebody picked up on the fact that I said Wicked. Yes, I'm from Boston. I'm trying to keep the accent out of it. If you hear it come up, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm Wicked in Boston. We all drive like assholes around here. But I think they're kind of hitting the nail on the head right now, at least from the ones that I've interacted with a couple stinkers. Again, like Fists of Fate, I think those are just like unusable items, regardless of who's out there saying copium. You could definitely use it in this case. I just think that you can't. Because anything that says I can't realistically depend on doing damage is a non-usable item. But I can go on and on.
It's kind of interesting. Like, does Fist of Fate not work for your minions?
No, they're not skills. I'm not using skills.
Oh, okay. And what about like, I mean, you have like non-core skill builds on Necro, and you don't lose the 4 core skill ranks. And I feel like Fist of Fate is actually a really strong item on builds that don't use core skills. Yes. So have you not tried something like the Light Cold Explosion, for example, of it or so?
No, of course I've used it. I'll do the full breakdown, homie. Like, anything below 100% of my, if I cannot expect to do 100% of my damage, that is a bad outcome. And then as the number gets lower and lower, it gets more and more extreme. So then you look at the 100 to 200 range and you go, okay, the 100 to 200 range is where you should expect to have your average damage outcome. And if I could just put on an aspect that literally gets me a higher value than 100% damage increase, like Grasping Veins gets me 20% crit and 60% multiplier, then it's not worth it for me to sacrifice it there. And then we look at the 200 to 300 range and you go, okay, this is where it's outperforming better than a base aspect. So it's better than a base aspect a third of the time. It's a base aspect a third of the time. And a third of the time, it's worse than a base aspect, all the way down to unusable, will get me killed because I can't expect to output damage, which means that my average outcome is a base aspect. So I might as well just put on a base aspect with good stats like attack speed and crit chance, as opposed to 4 different lucky hit abilities that don't do anything other than like regain me primary resource. I've sat here and ranted about this item for hours on stream. So if people don't share that opinion, I get it, but the math just doesn't play out for me.
What about for farming though? Wouldn't it be great for farming? Like when you're not worried about getting one shot and you're just trying to maximum efficiency, whether it be level, whether it be get gear, upgrade your sigils. Wouldn't that be a good spot for it? I haven't used it, by the way.
So again, I like the average of the math. I think that like the best case scenario is strictly worse than the worst case scenario, but we can even say that those average out. And if the middle case scenario where I'm getting slightly better than my base damage, that is literally just a normal aspect gives me greater than 100% of my base damage. So in all cases, I can choose to always have a good outcome as opposed to having a slightly better than a good outcome or a like terrible outcome. And then again, actually good stats on the gear. So it probably has a use case somewhere. I just think that one is too niche because it's the only item that when you equip it goes, you can do less damage. And that is like absolutely terrible for any consistent farming strategy.
I think it would be less extreme if like we couldn't have like, not saying we shouldn't, but like if plus rank the core skills wasn't a thing on a glove, then there'd be more debates on whether or not okay, well, I can kind of get away without the attack speed or the crit chance or whatnot, but like losing +4 ranks to a core skill if your build has a core skill involved is a lot. Like that's a lot to just be like, I don't know if I really want to eat that cost for a Fist of Fate with lucky hit chances on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's why I don't use it on shred, because I want the plus shred skills.
They need to use it on a boulder build, man. Where's the boulder build with Fist of Fate?
Maybe Tio can make that build.
Okay. Okay. What about which uniques have we not mentioned now? We had the Barb, we had Necro, Rogue, Sork. Oh, we actually had all of them, right? Or missing one. What is the Druid one again?
The Druid one gives damage to poison enemies when you use Blood Howl or
yeah, true. It's a shout.
Flesh Render.
Yeah, what do you think about that one?
I think it might actually have a use case with Blood Howl, because you can reset the cooldown. It's 1 second on kill, so you could kind of spam it a little bit in the right build. I don't know what that build is yet, but maybe. The biggest problem for me is that it fits the one-handed slot, and I'd kind of like to try it with Waxing Gibbous, because I can kill stuff real quick and reset it and then spam it, but I can't do that because they're both in the same slot.
Yeah, it's true. It's like a bit exclusive there. Okay. Okay, maybe like a last topic for now. What about the legendary aspects that they introduced? So, like, what do you think about those? Like, are they like enough? Are they like interesting? Are they, giving us real build options? So we had like one for each class and 2 generic ones, right? 7 in total. What do you think about the generic ones? Let's start with those. There's one that gives you movement speed when you move away from slowed and chilled enemies. And then there's one that stuns enemies when there's like 5 close enemies or something. So those are the 2 effects.
My chat didn't think that the stun enemies when there's 5 near you wasn't cracked. I think that aspect is super overtuned and very good. Like, it just says walk up and stun monsters for free. And I think that most builds can afford to put on a utility aspect where, at least from the Necro perspective, a lot of builds are kind of like, other than summons, we have a utility aspect that we're just kind of like using because there's nothing really better to put on. And just having a thing that says you walk up and stun monsters for free is just like, hell yeah, I'll take that every single day. Absolutely.
I wonder what DiEoxide's opinion is about this one.
I mean, I guess it can be used in 2 different ways, right? Like if you're playing like, let's say Flurry or Twisting Blades, I mean you're gonna constantly be around 5 charges often, right? So it's a great initiator to kind of just be able to kind of do damage for free, right? Without much worry. Finding a slot for it may be a bit hard, but I actually think it's really, really nice. In a bow row case scenario, you can actually use it as almost like a oh shit button, right? Where it's like you get into
a shadow step in the middle.
right. So like, so it's one of those things where it's like you accidentally got crowd controlled or something like that, and then they just jump you, and then all of a sudden they're stunned because they got into range. So it's even useful for even like bow rogues for a as kind of a backup type thing because of the cooldown, right? Like you generally don't want to be surrounded by 5 mobs anyway. So that's really a pretty neat get out of jail free card for bow rogues. But I think it's really nice for Flurry and Twisting Blades. At least in my opinion.
What about Fluff?
20-second cooldown's awfully long. I could see it used in like dungeon pushing strategically. Kite in, kite out, use it to stun, do damage, get back out. But I don't really see a like generically great use for this compared to other aspects.
It's interesting, actually, kind of different opinions on that. Like personally, I think especially the stun one Like, I'm not really such a fan of this, like, slow movement speed kind of boots aspect, but the stun one, I think, is absolutely correct, actually. I think this is an incredibly good aspect, especially on builds that simulate to stuns in some way. So, I mean, there's, like, stuff like Charge Bolt Sword, for example, that came to my mind immediately, where you proc Charge Bolts automatically when you stun something, so I definitely want to try that this season. I'm really pumped for that. But in general, like, even on Rogue, for example, like, I can imagine many different builds where I just, like, I use that, and I mean, most of the time you don't have that many enemies, right? We're talking about density and stuff, right? You very often will actually not proc this thing when you don't want it to proc. And will basically always proc in exactly the right moment, where you walk in, there's like a large pack, there's like 3 elites, and they're all stunned, and you just like deal with them and, you know, move on with your life. And there's nothing you have to worry about. So this is like really, like, in some dungeons, you know, like, for example, if you know Kodragan, right? Kodragan Barracks, there's like these 2 rooms of, like, you know, 5 elites or something, and you just walk in and they all do nothing to you. I mean, I can only imagine it's gonna be absolutely ridiculous, especially when there's like downtime between like actual monster packs, and there's just like, you know, 1 or 2 stray monsters here, 1 or 2 stray monsters there. It won't actually trigger, and then it just kind of like refreshes as you go. And like doing a typical dungeon run, if you do like 3-minute runs, 5-minute runs, it's gonna trigger like, I don't know, 10 times or something, or more. And I think generally exactly when you want it. So I'm quite excited for that one. I think this is really good.
It also helps in like huge pain points, like needing to engage in on suppressor builds or suppressor monsters on a ranged build. Like you can proactively choose to like use your mobility skill into that spot, put a stun out, so you just have like that much more time to set up your crowd control options or just like nuke stuff down. I don't know. It seems cracked out of its gourd, honestly. The movement one is kind of like, how do you use it? Like my first thought was with Penitent Greaves, so that means you need to put it onto an amulet. And now I'm using Penitent Greaves in a mobility amulet aspect. And I will run fast, don't get me wrong, but like, how often am I leaving a slowed or chilled monster behind me spitefully so I can run away from them to get this mobility option while I'm not using Penitent Greaves? Like, I don't see the scenario.
That seems like a blurred beast for me. You go in, you slow them, you poison them, then you run out real fast with that because they're all slowed because you put the poison on them with the crit, and then you have to dash back into them, so you have to walk away. So this gets you out there faster, so you can dash quicker. That's where I see the use.
That's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, that's definitely a really good use case. Kind of interesting to see those different perspectives on some of these aspects, I gotta say.
Oh, you know what? Somebody made a really good point, and this was something I thought about before and had completely forgot. Also, PvP does exist in this game, so like that's a thing. That makes more sense to me. I don't know if PvP fights last long enough where me running away from my target is like good, but it keeps you safe from other PvPers. Penitent Greaves, this on your amulet, you're just trying to farm the PvP zone, but you're not trying to giga chat and kill people. Somebody comes running up to you, you're like, not today, son. And you just like run away and they have to follow you in the Penitent Trail and you get your little speed buff. That's kind of a thing. That's unironically like an anti-griefing thing in some use cases.
Yeah. I actually also said that before already. I think that's a very good PvP aspect, actually, like for several reasons, not just to like avoid getting killed, but just in general for PvP fights. I think like generally you're gonna have some slow, you're gonna have some chill in many builds, I guess, and it can definitely be useful for that. Okay, what about the class-specific ones? Like we have like 3 different representatives here, so maybe let's start with DiEoxidE. What do you think about the rogue one?
Oh, you mean puncture?
Yeah.
Oh man. So first thought is, of all the basic attacks, why did they choose to give an aspect to puncture, something that we already use a ton? Like it is the most used basic attack that we got. But as far as the aspect itself, I think it's actually really neat. The fact that it can, you can deal pretty decent damage with it, but I like it mostly for like the utility aspect of things. You can now use that to be able to get damage reduction with poison from your skill tree as well as your gear. You can use that for to be able to proc some like dual imbue aspects on your gear if you want to go that route. It's got many different utility uses that I really like. a lot about it. And yeah, and it works with the poison imbue itself. Like it's actually poison imbue. I was explaining that to my stream yesterday. I was like, yeah, it's actually the actual poison imbue. So you could put points into poison imbue and all the way to, you know, mix and blend it and get the bonuses of that thrower puncture. So I think it's like a really good aspect to use, especially for like pin shot. Especially, I would definitely take that aspect for sure. I actually like it on Barrage. I mean, to kind of have 3 different elements, and again, utility, very very big thing. So, I like it. I don't know if it's enough to build a basic attack build around. I'm actually very curious. I kind of want to. I don't have time, obviously, before the season starts. But I think down the line during the season, I think I want to see if I can make a basic attack build with that, because I think it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, probably not a pure basic attack build because combo points exist, so there's basically no reason to not like also slot in at least some spender, right? Because it's just like a wasted, like, you know, you have full resources anyway, kind of thing. But yeah, I'm actually very excited for that. I think it's a very cool aspect. And to your point about them buffing puncture, I was actually expecting nerfs for puncture in this patch that we didn't get. And on the other hand, I'm not sad about that because puncture is just like the most fun basic skill to use. It's just like, it just feels good, right? Like anyone who's playing rogue and uses puncture, it just feels good to use puncture because, well, it has lots of really good effects, but it's also just fun. And I think that maybe next season they might actually just bring more buffs to other basic skills. Maybe they're gonna just try to like bring them up on par a little bit instead of nerfing them like the good one, right? So they were talking about just like making basic skills more useful, making them, you know, more of a thing in late game and stuff like that. And not nerfing puncture is probably the right move actually. And, you know, they also talked about, you know, maybe like, you know, adding more viability for these basic skills. And, well, we don't have any kind of real damage output on rogues, for example, with puncture or with basic skills. And now we do with puncture, basically, with that imbuement. So it can be really interesting, I think. Yeah, what about the Necro one, the Gore Quills?
Oh, that's stupid cool. Like, honestly, they hit it right on the head. I was just double checking that there was other footage out there because I went and spent all my obols and I ran a bunch of dungeons and the game refuses to drop me one because I can't possibly ever successfully test the Necromancer. Thank you, Diablo devs. I really appreciate that. But I think it's super cool. It's such a wildly interesting concept. So for people who don't understand, it's Bloodlance is an ability that was Trash City, and they've now buffed it roughly 14 million times, and none of that matters because the only thing that matters is overpower damage. But they made it so that if you make a bunch of Blood Orbs and then you cast Bloodlance, one right after another, all of the Blood Orbs just start shooting Blood Lances out of them super fast. So you can get like a lot more total overpower procs, which is kind of enough to bring Bloodlance out of like pure niche and like hyper gear dependent nonsense into you could probably have a good time playing it as you're leveling up, as long as you get the experience. People are saying that it's still bugged. I just watched some gameplay footage where it seems to be functioning properly. I've also watched gameplay footage where you use it one time and then they all get blocked. All the monsters just show a big block sign and it doesn't do any damage. So if it can function properly, that would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty rad. And it's interesting. So like it actually consumes the blood orbs. So it triggers things that say when you consume a blood orb, which is also very cool. Again, this is kind of like adding in unique gameplay mechanics that allow you to do other stuff. So you can like make a ton of blood orbs, shoot a blood lance, it eats all the blood orbs, and now your blood artisan's cuirass shoots a bone spirit. So you have this like auto procking, you have like the malignant heart that auto casts your corpse skills, the one that auto casts your decrepify, and you walk up and you cast blood lance, and you auto cast bone spirit. And I'm just gonna be walking around like a Path of Exile pinata, like a party pinata, just going off all the time. That's my hope. That's in general what my hope is. And as long as it can function, that'll be pretty cool.
And maybe Fluff about the Druid one?
Yeah, you got some really nice stuff there. The uniques and the I feel Druids might need a better lobbyist here. So we got the subterranean one where Poison Creeper casts Landslide in a circle around you, and then it does increase, or Earth skills do increased damage with poisoned. It sounds kind of mechanically cool, but I'm struggling to find a really good use case for it. The obvious one was like, okay, you cast Poison Creeper, then you landslide, and landslide procs the boon that resets Poison Creeper. But landslide's got a 20% lucky hit chance, and then it has to crit, and there's a 20% chance if it actually lucky hits after it crits. Like that's not going to happen. So, and Poison Creeper's got a pretty long cooldown, so I think it would have been.
Wait. Couldn't the landslides from the effect trigger it as well? I mean, it produces like 10 landslides or something around, you know? It's like quite a lot, actually. So
yeah, it might happen. It could happen. I feel like Shred's going to be more likely to do it, though. It could be. I don't think it'll be consistent. Like, you'll get every once in a while, and then all the rest of the time you're like, well, I'm putting a whole aspect here. If the Earth skills deal increased damage to poison enemies was significantly higher, because it caps at 20%, which is pretty low, I think it'd have a much bigger use case to like convince people to use Poison Creeper in an Earth build to get like a significantly larger burst damage. But since it's 20%, I feel like it's just not high enough.
Sad. Does anyone have an opinion on the barb and the sword items? So barb had what was that again? The charge aspect, where you like have 4 ancients that also charge, and then there's the Sorg one that gives you a free firewall after spending some mana, and it will destroy incoming small missiles, whatever that means.
So does it cancel out a corpse bow, or? That's the real question.
Yeah, we were talking about the crossbow 1v1 in Uberliv, so I'm not sure if this can be considered a small missile, but. Yeah, honestly, I think this Sorg item is really interesting. If it's not strong, at least it's very interesting, I believe. It also has like potentially like some like support sorcerers applications, if that's going to be a thing, kind of thing. Like destroying missiles sounds like a really powerful effect to me, actually, especially with how lacking Sorgs are in terms of defenses. So I think they're actually kind of giving like a really cool option there, at the very least for one build, right? It's probably not good enough to like include in like a non-firewall build just to have the firewall there and, you know, do that thing, because there's probably not really enough synergies with that. But it would be like kind of like a burning trigger as well, and burning is kind of like a big thing. So maybe it could kind of like, you know, open up some offensive and defensive scaling with like this one aspect. So that could be interesting, I believe. Definitely want to experiment with that when I play a Sorg, but we'll see.
Heard you're gonna play a Frozen Orb Sorg. I'm actually interested in that too.
Yeah, I want to try Frozen Orb. I'm really excited for Frozen Orb because there's like a heart where you can throw multiple like orbs at the same time. That sounds amazing, and they also buff Frozen Orb a little bit and stuff, so that's kind of cool. I'm quite excited for that, but yeah, we'll see. Frozen Orb and Charged Bolts is on my bucket list for this season. When I get to play Sorg at least. Okay, what about the Barb one? I mean, not really many Barb enjoyers, but it sounds kind of like a fun effect at the least. I'm not sure if it's going to be useful.
Just reading it, it feels like, now keep in mind, I played all of like 50 hours of Diablo 3. But that Witch Doctor ability where you summon like a giant wall of zombies that like fell over and flopped on them from the release of the game. That's what this feels like. I feel like you're gonna like go down into a hike position like in football, and you're gonna start charging forward, and you're gonna have like 3 defensive linemen with you. That sounds hilarious to me. Any excuse to have like more ancients out on the field simultaneously. I like the idea of using Call of the Ancients and then doing this, and then the ancients are in 2 different places at once. Freudinger's, you know, ancient. That'd be pretty fun. It looks cool. I can't imagine like how effective it's going to be as like a build defining or truly like meta shifting aspect. Like I feel like the Necro one, which apparently somebody help me understand it. If you're using the new Necro aspect with one of the other aspects Bloodlance typically uses, it's perfectly fine. If you take it off, they can't hit anything. So that's cool. At least it will work on the build because you have to use that other aspect for it to be good. So that's our saving grace here.
That's interesting. Okay, suppose it's some weird bug, I guess, that's going on there.
Yeah, but this aspect, like, honestly doesn't look like it's like nearly interesting enough to really be a thing. Maybe I just misunderstand. The other class that I have played is Barbarian, at least for like 100 hours or so, and it just seems like, sure, why not?
Well,
like if you have it, you can use it.
like personally, I haven't seen it in action. I wonder like how much you can overlap these charges to actually hit the same target, because that could actually make it kind of interesting. You can put it on a two-handed weapon, you get a 200% damage charge, potentially times 4. So you have like, if all of them could hit one target, at least on a world boss, that will look funny, I guess, where, you know, they have like this massive target and you can like hit them. And then you have like 900% damage if you're charged, which is not really a high damage skill by itself. But there is another aspect that may or may not synergize with it, which is you can like stack up to 300% extra damage for one charge. And then you can also put that on the other two-handed weapon, so you have a 600% damage boost, and then basically a 800% damage boost on top of that. And I think then we're getting into deep free territory, actually.
And then the question is, does that 100% of normal damage, is that double dipped like so many of these aspects are? And then so you can scale it again.
Not assuming that there's like weird bugs or something, but you know, if like this one multiplier multiplies the other one,
double scaling.
Yeah,
non-bugs. Like Stormclaw's aspect is a double dipper. The Whirlwind one is a double dipper. Blurred Beast double dips, and these seem to be intentional for whatever reason.
Yeah. Wait, it's the double dip is intentional or what?
They seem to be, because they keep them in there. Stormclaws can do like 7 to 10 times the damage that Shred can do if you get the right stat scaling, because you get 45. If you put on the amulet, 45% of the damage of Shred, and that's after all the scalers that go on Shred, and it can crit, and that goes into Stormclaws, and then Stormclaws then scales itself again.
It sounds like just like a Wookiee mistake to me, honestly.
Yeah, but it's like 4 or 5 of these now that are just doing this, and they keep them.
Okay, someone said they made a post about Stormclaw that it was not intentional.
The 2 billion damage was not intentional. But the 2 billion damage is different than the double dipping.
Yeah,
so it does seem to still double dip.
Do we have a link of that Twitter post? And we can maybe see that exactly what they said. But yeah, I mean, of course, we have a bunch of these like bug builds that we talked about earlier, so right, with like Bulwark and whatever, like still being in the game. Maybe just like didn't get to it, and I didn't see it as like a high enough priority. You know, I guess, you know, something like Bursting Venom is kind of deleting Uberlith. I mean, it's not like the biggest problem in the world, right? Because it doesn't have like many other applications, for example, besides that. It's just like a relatively niche problem, I guess, that, yeah, okay, some people have an easier time deleting Uberlith or so. Some people have an easier time doing T109 dungeons with Bulwark, which, you know, doesn't really have like a real purpose right now. So maybe this is part of the reason why they're not fixing them immediately, and they're kind of like, you know, it's probably like, you know, scheduled for some time down the line, right? So that's like at least like what I think is going on. This is like fixing other shit.
I guess it's not only that too, but like, I mean, if hopefully we'll see if possible fixes even possibly during the season, because I mean, there's no leaderboards, right? There's no leaderboards, there's no competitive aspect, so it's like they can definitely make changes through the season. Whenever, you know, so it could just be one of those things where some of these interactions were more complicated to separate or, you know, not make happen. So that's probably why I didn't make it this patch. Could be, I don't know. It just kind of sucks that if, you know, when patches go by and these things don't get fixed, you know, people automatically assume that, oh, you know, it's supposed to be there, right? It's supposed to be there. It's not bugged. No, they're bugged. You know, but you know, how do you really explain that? You know, it's like, well, they didn't fix it. I'm like, well, true.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, I think like just saying, oh, they didn't fix it, and this is kind of like the you know, it legitimizes it. I mean, that is also kind of like a really strange line of thinking. Like, you know, it's clearly, you know, either broken, bugged, whatever, and it does not what it's supposed to. It's, you know, some builds are like 1,000 times more powerful than another build, you know, like AKA Shred, you know, like just doing 2 billion hits when other builds do like 2 million. And then people come to my chat and they say, yeah, maybe this is how it works, you know. And I'm like, no, it's not, you know. Of course it's not. Like, why would one build be 1,000 times more powerful than another build, right? This makes zero sense. So of course there is something wrong.
The 2 billion damage was pure clickbait. You could get that to proc like 1 or 2 times in a dungeon, and you had no control over it, and it was usually on a white mob that was gonna get one shot anyway. That was what seems to have been fixed. So that was clearly unintentional, and also it wasn't actually affecting the power of Shred at all, which made it kind of hilarious that it got so popular so quick just because of those numbers. It's just really strong without that.
And people like big numbers, I guess, so they click.
Yep.
That's how it works.
Big number do big good for my brain. That has been that's been like one of the hardest things in general when trying to actually estimate the effectiveness of a build, which is like, does it not do multiple millions of damage? Must be trash city, which isn't necessarily wrong depending on how many monsters that's being applied over. But I definitely think that it's like, oh, I got this thing to do this damage number. Look at that. Like, yeah, that build's probably still like not great enough. And that's why I'm always afraid. I've been perpetually afraid that the nerfs that we were going to see in this patch, because we were going to see nerfs, there was nothing around it. But everybody was like super hyped up about Echo of Lilith. They're like, oh, Bone Spear ruins Echo of Lilith. Sorceress ruins Echo of Lilith. And I was like, I really hope the devs are not in any way, shape, or form using the Echo of Lilith fight as a litmus test for what does and does not need to be changed in this video game. Because the pinnacle boss fights are just like not representative of the game state in any legitimate way, shape, or form until there's more than one of them and actually a reason to do them other than just like pure clout. Do you think that anything that came into this patch is actually just because the Echo of Lilith was kind of trivialized by different builds?
No, because they actually nerfed Echo of Lilith in this patch. Like, they reduced her HP, actually. That wasn't in the patch notes, but I checked the numbers on some of the footage, and she just has like minus 1/3 life or something now. So.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
I estimated she had something like 300 million HP in phase 1 and 400 million in phase 2. I don't know exactly, but plus minus before the patch. And now it seems like maybe 200 or so in phase 1, and then yeah, maybe like 250 or so in phase 2. So it definitely seems massively lower. Kind of strange, but yeah, that's what happened. Ninja nerfed to Uber Lilith for some reason. Yeah. I don't know why they wouldn't say that. Like, why would it not put it in patch notes?
Well, that's when we find out that the amount of health that she had was actually a bug and was unintended. So they fixed something else that actually changed that, and like they didn't even know that was going to happen. And then everybody walks up and is like, Uber Lilith's easier, and they're like, oh, god damn, it was a bug. That's what I'm saying. We need damage numbers. We need death logs. I need to know what's happening when the monster attacks me. I need this information so that we actually have any idea what's going on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they did it just because they nerfed the damage output in general, and now they just say, okay, like people are expected to do like 1/3 less damage, so you know, we nerfed the Uber boss accordingly. Like kind of like keeping it on the same difficulty level and kind of like making the rest of the game a bit harder. So yeah, I guess maybe that was like just an intended change going along with those nerfs. But yeah, kind of strange that they didn't communicate this, I gotta say. What other like undocumented changes are there? I remember like a few things that happened that they didn't say. I think one was like the capstone level stuff, right? But that was like reverted now. So there's that. People said that earlier, that there was this tweet about the capstone dungeons having a level requirement and now not any longer. Yeah.
Teleport button was added back to non-nightmare dungeons. Or not teleport, excuse me, reset button.
The reset button. Oh yeah, true. The reset button. The reset button is also not in the patch notes, right? Why did it not put it in the patch notes?
Well, that more so says to me that they actually put in code to remove it currently so that you couldn't see it, but the functionality was still there, and that something was reverted as opposed to intentional. That's typically whenever you like go to click something and it's bugged, you're like, oh, it's back. Somebody just forgot to put like that secondary patch from 3 months ago in again. Serration on the Necromancer gives you 66% less crit chance with bone skills. That's just rough. It's so gross. The nerf to maximum resource, so maximum mana and maximum essence, both on the Sorc and on Necro, that was a huge reduction in like overall effectiveness of bone builds.
Where
doubling down on the
where are those nerfs? Like on items or on Paragon?
Yeah, on item stats. Maximum essence on your helmet and rings is reduced by like 23% if on max rolls.
Oh, okay,
so
I didn't realize.
Now it's like much harder to get above 200 essence, and on top of the fact that you now have 66% less crit from your essence, it doubled down on it. So like most bone builds lost upwards of like 12% chance to crit. So it sounds like maybe just max resource across the board might have gotten hit, because chat's also saying Barbarian has less max fury.
Mm-hmm.
But those were rough. Like walking in and being like, oh, let me test Bone Spear, let me see how it's doing. And I ran a dungeon. I was like, it's fine. This is like a 40% reduction. And then like I just noticed that my resources were kind of harder to handle. Like things weren't working. And somebody's like, dude, check your maximum essence rolls. And I was like, what are you talking about? And my ring just has like 6 essence on it now. And I was like, what happened? What happened to my build? Those were huge, because they also screw up like hybrid builds. Like there are builds who literally just use Blood Artisans to get the the free Bone Spirits, but you still get to put the points into all of the different, passive skills to be able to empower it. And now those hybrid builds like just lost, I don't know, like 30-40% of their effectiveness, and there's no way to recoup it because the stats that you need were already pretty tight. That one also kind of like hit pretty hard, where I was just like, this seems ridiculous. Like, I don't think we need to nerf every single stat associated with the strongest build in an effort to bring it into line.
Yeah, anything else that we missed now in terms of undocumented changes? Maybe chat has something. Sork helm stats were nerfed slightly. I mean, they nerfed a bunch of stats, but most of it was in the patch notes. But this like maximum energy or like maximum resource stuff, I didn't know about this actually. That is new to me, because this is something you would never take on a rogue, really. So I was not aware that this is a thing. So kind of strange that yeah, like some tooltip stuff, the random birding. Okay, that didn't actually change functionally, right? So there's nothing there, I believe.
Oh, they did. This is not intentional. It's absolutely a bug. We have the passive imperfectly balanced that says, your core skills take more essence but do more damage. You can only put 1 point into it right now, for whatever reason. If you take your points out of it, you can't put your points back into it. And I'm getting pinged, and they're like, dude, you need to update all the leveling guides. You can only put 1 point in. I'm like, guys, that is not intentional. They did not just make it so this is a 1 rank skill. This is a bug.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of strange for sure. It's like how does such a bug exist? Like how does that come to be? Like how like that's crazy. Yeah, kind of funny, but yeah, it's also kind of minor, I guess. But it's funny, I gotta say. Okay, some people are saying that renown buff. Yeah, true. There was a stealth buff to renown that you just get 10 more from dungeons now, and 5 more, or also 10 more from quests. So that I did like a little calculation yesterday on that actually, and it turns out that in like some regions you actually do not have to touch a single side quest now to get maximum renown. So that is actually pretty interesting. So I think that's gonna be very well received actually, but people just don't know about it, right? It's like one of the biggest wins of this patch, and then they don't have it in the patch notes. So unlucky.
Right, that's crazy.
Like, it's not in patch notes, I believe, right? So
that's what the campfire stream is about. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, did you know
we buffed renown? That's their mini rune button.
By the time the campfire,
right.
by the time the campfire starts, I'm already gonna be like, level 80 with all renown done. What do you mean? Like, did you know renown is faster now? Like, it's like way too late for that. Yeah.
I would love if they just had like the edited patch notes and like, what are you guys talking? You didn't see it? They just try to gaslight us. They're like, it's right here. Look at that. And he pulls up the iPad.
Okay, people say it is in the patch notes. They added it later. Okay, so I didn't realize that. Okay, so I only like opened this link once at the start. So maybe there were some changes. Anything else that we missed?
They completely changed one of the Necromancer aspects entirely. One of the ones for Bloodlance. It used to say you had like a 30% chance to spawn another Bloodlance, and in game now it's just if you hit a Bloodlance target, you just shoot another one 100% of the time, and it does like a different percentage, like up to 100% of your base damage. And the patch notes just say increase the chance by 3%. And I go into the game and it's just 100% proc now, and I'm like, where did this note come from? Like, where did this note come from when the aspect is literally a different aspect at this point? And I thought that was pretty funny.
I've got a fun one. So Envenom is a passive for Druid that increases critical strike damage to poisoned enemies. And it used to say 30% X, multiplier, and it was multiplicative, in fact. Well, now the tooltip says plus, but in testing, it looks like it's still multiplicative. So they took the tooltip from accurate to not accurate.
Wow.
Don't worry, guys. We balanced these tooltips. Now you can be surprised when it's better than you expected.
Actually,
The
it's
weird
in
part-
line because most of the other critical strike tooltips are wrong. So they're like 30% X crit strike and it's actually additive. And this one was 30% X and it was multiplicative. And so this one says additive, it is multiplicative, but Avian Wrath, the boon, says multiplicative is still additive. So it actually makes a lot of sense if you just look into it enough.
That's impressive. The other cool part about that skill is it's a crit damage multiplier, but it also works on your overpower when it shouldn't. That was like a pretty interesting thing to test with Teo. That's the same thing that we have for Grasping Veins, which is it's a critical strike damage multiplier, but it increases your overpower damage because why not?
Why not is a good reason. It's the best reason.
That's kind of funny. Yeah, people are talking about Hell Tides in the undocumented changes, but Hell Tide is just a bug. They have already confirmed that. So I just want to...
They already fixed it, apparently.
That's already fixed anyway. Okay, all right, yeah.
My
And people
chat
were farming Hell Tide,
anyway.
there was like no cinders dropping. So... Okay, someone is saying they fixed Avian Wrath, apparently.
Is it multiplicative now? Because in all the testing I've heard of, it's still additive.
That sounds very powerful if that thing becomes multiplicative. Like, even additive, that's really good, no?
It is if you're not playing Rampaging Werebeast. If you are, then it's not very good at all.
Okay. Okay, people say Avian is not fixed. Okay. They talk about the fact that the crit damage nerf says 50% in the notes, but it's actually 60. Yeah, some of these nerfs are actually like larger than they said, right? Like, I'm not sure if you noticed that, but then they reduced vulnerable by 40%, and then they said, for example, crit reduced by 17%, but crit on like the inherent affixes on swords, for example, reduced by 50. But it was actually 60%, so swords are just nerfed more than they should be. Okay. Anything else on the undocumented changes? I don't see much.
Hey,
right.
look, those are all the fun stories I have. You can't milk any more out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just and look, this is gonna sound like I'm being apologetic, and I am a little bit. I used to handle the customer-facing patch notes write-up for development from the software company that I worked for. Getting developers to tell you what they actually changed in any sprint is one of an impossibly difficult job, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's so hard. Developers hate writing patch notes, and it's because they're typically like too busy being crunched to do software development. So I'm just saying, they're not maliciously hiding stuff. There's some dude who like literally just didn't put those notes and then print it up and just threw it away so that he could get back to coding furiously. So just like keep that in mind. I promise you, it's not the Illuminati out to get you. They just forgot to put stuff in.
Yeah, okay, one thing is actually, that's really big actually, you can salvage items into Forgotten Souls now, apparently. So that's actually pretty big. I haven't really seen that yet, because I really didn't get to play much. But it's, yeah, apparently you can just salvage legendaries, or even rares, apparently, into Forgotten Souls. So you don't even have to farm the nerfed Helltide anymore that much. So that's
Kind
actually...
of funny, because I don't remember the last time I salvaged an item. It's been like weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you a reason to salvage items, actually.
I didn't even know that. That's a thing.
I haven't
okay,
salvaged
people
anything
say,
in so long.
Legendary weapons. Only weapons, apparently. All right.
Okay. Okay.
But you
That
kind of
doesn't
want to
sound
salvage
like
them anyway for the Civil
intended.
War, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, what?
That doesn't sound intended if it's only weapons.
Well, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe they want you to kind of look at the items and then salvage the right ones. I mean, oof, but yeah, maybe they want you to do that. But it's kind of strange that they kind of like kill the main reason to do Helltides with that, right? At least Helltide right now has a purpose. And now if that is true, then it doesn't have a purpose anymore, right? There's like, why do you do Helltide and not just Nightmare Dungeons all day long? Like, this is why you do Helltide in the first place. I mean, okay, I don't know how often this happens, like how often do you get Forgotten Souls? But yeah.
My chat's saying 100% of the time.
At 100% of the time? That sounds ridiculous. Really? That is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, you're never gonna farm Helltide again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that comes a little bit from the bias of like playing on a build who can like 2-3 minute clear a nightmare dungeon for completion. Like before they made the change to the 250, I sincerely loved doing Helltides because the legendaries per minute I played were higher than some of the content that I could clear on my build. Sincerely.
okay, I mean, loot, okay, there's still a reason to run Helltide for loot and for the elixirs, right? There's like drop-only elixirs that you get there and stuff like that. So yeah, but I felt like the Forgotten Souls were like the real draw for Helltide, you know, like you need it for upgrading your items at the blacksmith, you need it for rerolling, you know, and there was only this one source of it. And kind of like removing that exclusivity in like the world that we live in right now, where Nightmare Dungeons is like by far and beyond like the most incentivized activity already, is kind of like hurting the game, I feel. I think that should not be the case, really. Like, I think Helltide being exclusive with Forgotten Souls was actually a really good design decision. But maybe
I think that's I think, I mean, you kind of saw this going in this direction anyway, right? Because remember, Shadow Prisms used to be just world boss, right? Remember that? Like, Shadow Prisms can only drop from world bosses, which gave you a reason to do them. And then they became a just regular, well, let's say somewhat regular farming drop that you're going to get from a goblin or, you know, whatnot. So there was no reason to target farm it, and there's less of a reason to do world bosses now, right? So I kind of, this direction doesn't really surprise me, because it seems like they were getting rid of that anyway. And then, you know, targeting target farming for at least this kind of stuff. I actually liked it because it gave you a purpose to do these things. But I agree with you, Woody. It gives Helltide a little less of a value there, especially leveling up, because you're because that was the reason to take a break to do, you know, from doing Nightmare Dungeons, right? But now you don't really have to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So
yeah, I really enjoyed it, actually. I was like, okay, I'm really known for Forgotten Souls, and, you know, I've been grinding Nightmare Dungeons for like 3 hours now. Like, okay, nice, Helltide is popping up. Let's just do an hour of Helltide. You know, you walk out of like 80 Forgotten Souls, and it feels good, you know? You have like mats for like the next few days, you know? But now it's just like, I don't even do that anymore. Yeah, I guess it's technically a buff, right? So they nerfed experience gains, but now you don't have to do Helltide anymore, so it actually evens out almost, I guess, in terms of like leveling to 100. It's probably like kind of plus minus 0, I'd say, looking at that. Because you farm slightly faster now, because you don't farm higher level monsters, and you don't have to do Helltide breaks anymore. Yeah, that may actually result in kind of a buff almost, in terms of leveling speed. But yeah. I don't know. Anyone want to say something? I think Fluff, or what was that? Or
I just said that we want more diversity in in-game activities, not less.
yeah, exactly. Like,
Correct.
I fully agree with that. You know, like they have the system, and you know there is a strong reason to do it, and now there's like less of that. Same with the open world that we discussed earlier, right? There is the open world, and now you don't want to do it as much anymore. And the answer, like the question is, why? Like, I don't understand. If they had like 7 other systems like Helltide in the game, and they all have like some kind of like, maybe not entirely exclusive reward, but something that you cannot necessarily get in Nightmare Dungeons or so, or like something that you want to do here and there for a certain purpose, that would be nice, right? But right now these systems don't exist, so at least capitalize on what exists, which is Helltide. And Helltide is relatively fun in my opinion as well.
I love Helltide. Helltide is like my favorite, like one of my favorite things to do. Like even if it's not like even hell, like past couple of weeks, even if I'm like testing something or doing whatever, if I see a Helltide come up, I'm just like, you know what, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna do Helltide, even if I had like a jillion masks, don't even care. I just like doing Helltide. But I mean, eventually it's gonna all just be hubs now, right? Like the open world is not gonna exist.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I mean, maybe they're gonna like. The thing is that the open world is also like relatively empty compared to like most other like dungeons and stuff, right? So open world is even more empty than dungeons, I feel. And there's definitely a lot of room to like, you know, add events, add, you know, bosses, add stuff like Helltide. I think there's like, you know, like down the line at least, we're probably gonna have a lot of things going on, but we kind of need to get there first. So, you know, the stuff doesn't exist. So kind of like really backwards to remove the reason to farm Helltide, in my opinion. I'm not sure.
I'm going to do Helltide 100% of the time. I just love doing it.
Like chat said, like, I see some people, I never did Helltides for the souls, so I just farm Helltide anyway. Like, how's chat's like feeling about Helltide? Do you like Helltide or not? Just like as an activity, basically, like as a break from doing other stuff. That'll be
Someone
interesting
said
to
something
see.
interesting in my stream. You said it might be intentional because casuals have complained about Helltide World Bosses not being available at all times.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Yeah,
thought.
I can see that it's not always active, but on the other hand, it's like it's basically like a 50-50 that it's active or not, almost, right? If you log in, I don't think there's like a major problem that's not always active. At least on like it's kind of fair.
I've always felt like it was always active when I want to go do it because I go, how many dungeons have I run? Let me go do Helltide. What we have to remember though is that we're coming from like playing this game for greater than 4 hours in a single sitting. So like you have your gamer dads out there with 17 kids and 3 wives and 9 jobs who can only play for 13 minutes while they're waiting for their Pop-Tarts to get out of the microwave. And like to that point, like it's kind of legit. They log in, they go, it's not there. It's the only thing I wanted to do. Okay, sure. Like I'll log off. But I legitimately like I think that Helltide is such like a perfect little nugget of content that you can do. If it was literally up the entire time, like it ended in one place and it was in another place, that would immediately turn my little like dopamine rat brain off, and I would do like one a day maybe. If it was available all the time, I would feel like I had to be doing that.
The only hole in your argument is how are these gamer dads going to get their 250 now that they need to open it in the 13 minutes they've got between Pop Tarts? So if they were really worried about these gamer dads, they wouldn't have made that change.
Well, if those gamer dads haven't checked out the Maxwell guides, we actually have speed farming setups on most of our build guides. So if they're looking for a great, okay, sorry, not here, Frenzy. No, I mean that's like legitimately a good point. And why I really feel like they need to buff every non-mystery chest, because when's the last time you opened up a non-mystery chest and got better than a rare item and were happy or excited that you spent your last 75 like whatever cinders on it? I'm always just like, why did I literally walk over and open up this chest when there was no point to do it?
The mats, that's it.
Yeah, it's kind of strange how undertuned those Helltide rewards are for the non-mysterious gifts, right? And now they nerfed mysterious gifts, but didn't actually buff the normal chest. And it's just like, okay, I have 75 cinders, I can open this normal chest. I get like 1 yellow sacred pair of boots that does absolutely nothing. I maybe have a chance to get a Forgotten Soul that I can just get from salvage now. So what's exactly the point, right? Like, where's the target farming? Where's the reason to do this at all? I can just go and blast down like 1 elite pack. I get like 4 random drops, and well, more often than not, there's probably 1 pair of boots in there anyway, right? So, like, why do I have to like farm 75 sinners, run around, find the chests? Like, why there's so few chests in general anyway, right? Like, if you want to actually target farm Helltide, there's like maybe 1 or 2 of like the type of the chest that you're actually looking for, right? If you're looking for like only boots, there's like maybe 1 or maybe 2, right? And that's about it. And like, why there's so few of them? Why can't I just like open like 20 of these chests, or like at least get 20 pairs, over the course of a Helltide? Like, why does the chest just drop 1? Why doesn't it drop like 5 boots? And maybe they're also like smart looted in some way, where like all the trash stats are kind of filled out, or it's like high item power, or it has like a higher chance to roll high values, or some kind of like quality improvement over just like random trash loot. Like, why is that so bad? Like, why is there no system in place to actually make this, feel good in any way? It just doesn't feel good. That's it. Like, I open it and I get nothing. Like, this is Helltide. So
there was that like 12-hour period though where they were amazing because you could get Shaco. So
that was like a 1 hour period, I guess. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. It was a one time I was like away from my PC that it happens. It's like, guys, I quit. Get in, get your shake on. I'm like, what? I went to the store. That's exactly what happened. I come back and they stealth fixed it. I'm like,
yeah.
And Macro just started this whole conundrum in my chat. We got a current poll up now. How do you cook Pop-Tarts? Toaster, microwave, heated up in my armpit.
So, I mean, the obvious answer is toaster if you're like a well-adjusted adult and aren't currently like sprinting out of your house to go to work. But if you take a s'mores Pop-Tart and you microwave a s'mores Pop-Tart for about 8 seconds, that's right before it becomes liquid lava and starts exploding, you are going to be so happy. If you've never done that, you need to go do that.
Okay, but what happens if I microwave him for 13 minutes, like you said the gamer dad's doing? What's going to happen to that Pop-Tart now?
He needs to buy a new microwave because half of his house has exploded.
What?
S'mores Pop-Tart, 8 seconds in the microwave. You're welcome. I have great wisdom like this all the time.
So not
Nice.
13 minutes. So now that guy's got 8 seconds to get 250. This isn't going to happen, man.
It's not gonna happen. He better be playing an S tier build or something.
No, even on the rogue, I can't do 8 minutes, 250 centers unless I get extremely lucky. Yeah, so wouldn't recommend. I mean, it's almost possible, but yeah, 250 is quite a lot, I think. So in 8 minutes. Anyway, we sat here for a long time now. This was actually a really long podcast. Do you have any last topics you want to go into, or we done? I guess.
I'm never gonna think about another Diablo 4 thing in my entire life. Like I don't know, I'm switching to a different game or something. These were all the thoughts I had.
Okay, well, I guess then we can wrap it up here. Hope that everyone enjoyed it in chat. So this was actually a very long session now, but we did talk a lot of different topics. So the balance changes, the nerfs to offense, defense, the class changes, and then some generic changes. It was fun. It was a nice round here. Obviously, the season is starting tomorrow, so I wish everyone good luck. And let's give a hug to all the Sorks. Hope that they somehow get through this. And maybe to wrap it up here, yeah, let's do like another round of outro. So just going through like everyone one by one, and just maybe give some final thoughts, and again, like maybe where we can find you if you want to share that with like our viewers and listeners. So let's start off the exit.
Start on me. All right. Well, it was cool. I am DiEoxidE. I am one of the rogue class representative specialists with alongside wudijo, and you can find me on twitch.tv/DiEoxidE. I also do YouTube videos, not as much as I should. But I'm trying. I got a full-time job. I'm a teacher in real life. So transitioning into full-time streaming, trying to make that happen. But yeah, it was fun. This was great. First time being on a podcast like this, and I promise I'll do better with my little setup. It's not as cool as Woody's setup looks like on his stream, but I'm trying. Okay, I will draw in between the lines. I promise next time. But yeah.
Okay.
It's better than my setup. Lone Star McFluffin on Twitch. That's Lone Star __ McFluffin. I make Druid stuff for D4, and as you can see from the background, I also do Last Epoch. So if you ever go over there to play that game, you'll find me there too. I am McFluffin Gaming on YouTube. I'm looking forward to this season, and I wish the best for all the gamer dads out there who are trying to make Pop-Tarts and get their cinders at the same time.
All right, and yeah, thank you very much for having me on as well. I'm MacroBioBoi. It's that. You can watch me stream right here on Twitch. I'm going to be playing a metric ton of Bloodlance Necromancer to start off this season, and trying to push that as high as I can, because I think it's the only Necro build that can actually survive like Nightmare Dungeons at this point, other than Infinimist. But you can find me on here. Same thing on YouTube. I haven't posted a TikTok in 1,000 years, but like you can go watch my old stuff there. Thank you very much for hosting this, Woody. Thank you for having me on here, and thanks, chat. Y'all were pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Sorry, one more thing. So there's going to be like 99.9998% of rogue players leveling up as a Twisting Blaze rogue. If you want to see a bow rogue level to 100, a race to 100, I'll be doing that as Barrage. So check me out as the 1%er who is going to attempt to try to keep up with Twisting Blaze rogue. It's going to be a fun challenge, but I'm looking forward to it.
I have actually considered Barrage myself. I'm not 100% set yet on which build. And
Dude, Barrage is people are underrated. Barrage is very underrated. People are sleeping on it, and it's okay. It's just totally okay, because then that's more attention on me, right? It's like, oh, you guys can play all that. Let me have the 1% in the market. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously though, Barrage, sleeping on it, man. It's good. It's good.
All right, and now to close this here. So I'm Woody. Yeah, we had a really fun round. I just gave a few like closing thoughts. Anyway, you can find me with my name wudijo, both here on Twitch, YouTube, also Maxwell, of course. also like mostly rogue enjoyer. I'm going to be playing a rogue for the race. I want to do hardcore souls I found to 100, and let's see where that takes us. That worked pretty well the first time. Let's hope we can repeat it. And well, thank you all for watching and listening, and have a good start in the season, guys.